And so they're about $1 million carry over to 2024 that was approved that will be done in 2025. So we have 600,000 left in our budget. And we have $965,000 in requests left to consider. Should I tell you what they are?
The one that we have for the grant.
Yeah, let's reach out that so people can follow along. Okay.
Can I ask someone related question while we're waiting? Okay, I was meeting with Sheriff Snyder. I want to make sure I understand I'm gonna round all the numbers off. Of the 1.3 million to spend, what did you call those? That was was it
Alternates, project alternates.
Okay, of the 1.3, you've got 700,000 of that budget.
The other is going to be in 2026 and 2027.
Okay.
That's what we were thinking.
Well, I just want to make sure. So we're not going to take, okay, but because there was talk about having the builder take a loan out and repay him back.
That's where it's at right now.
Okay. So if we found the other money, some other money instead, then we could not take the loan out and not pay it.
Exactly.
Okay.
And what is the dollar amount for that?
600,000 is that?
No, right, but the time frame that you're talking about in 2025, the dollar amount for the sheriff's department would be the whole 1.3 million.
Yeah, the 1.3 will be spent by the time, what's it?
July 1.
July 1, the bill will be done. And so we want to, so if we get it done, then we got to find 600,000 from somewhere else, or we borrow the money. That's our two options, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Oh, and there's one thing that's on the capital improvement projects list that will not be needed, and that's $50,000 for our information technology for a grant that was included in the ARPA fund request, our last request for cameras.
So that takes out how much?
The surveillance camera upgrade system? Yep, that comes off. No, it's part of the ARPA request that Bill included in the cameras and parking lot. So that's where that's going to be paid from.
Was it? Go ahead.
The other thing to consider, and I'm not looking at the list, the other thing to consider would be if there's anything that's proactive as compared to reactive. And I know we have reactive a lot, and then we have to try to figure out how to fund it. But if there's something more to the reactive side than the proactive side, we should probably consider that.
And another somewhat related to Bill is on the parking ramp, is it going to be restriped as part of this project?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Just can't see them. I was hoping it would. Thank you.
Well, I should clarify that. I mean, there's second and third will be restriped. We will stripe first. That this first didn't have.
No, but I mean, all three levels will be striped when it's done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We just chit chat about ourselves.
We're also not live streaming. I'm just gonna go down to IT and see if
Oh,
I can
okay.
find someone to help us with our technical difficulties.
Oh, I got a question on your stuff though, Tom. You might want to hang around. You have an agenda item on there.
Oh, I know what you're gonna talk about. Yes.
Okay.
Like take one, pass it down. Be the easiest here. We have agenda. That just, they got, oh.
Actually, I have
We've
one.
got it.
There you go.
I have a copy.
I like that.
I should have.
I don't get that. That stuff's, it's like gold. I don't understand why it's so expensive. Until they make it.
Me, just one page.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of places like that. Because that's what they do.
Tom, the live stream is working, I guess.
Wonderful. Well, that takes care of that. If everyone has their mics on, that might help a little bit with the sound. I just got a text that the sound is hard to hear.
Good IT day all right.
Working out the butt.
Commissioner Beard, I'd like to request an additional IT person to sit here and troubleshoot.
You know what I would say? I suggest you vote up on your IT. How about that?
So I guess we can get started now, huh?
Yeah, we can reconvene our conversation about the capital improvement project.
Might be locked.
So you just want to go down the list and
What? That sounds good.
yeah, of course. Everyone have everything?
Thank
Here's
you.
the spares. My wife would tell me to flip them over and put it in the printer. Print on the other side. I'm ready. Yeah.
So you had questions about the first item, the first request?
Okay, I said, we're down to the second, this stuff, right? That's all I'm talking about, okay. So I went through general, but I want, Mr. Ford, can you go over the administration, 350,000, what exactly is involved in that, please?
Yes, sir. Those were put in the budget to be matching funds for different grant programs. So the court facilities improvement grant, actually, I'm gonna probably turn it over to Ms. Leon as the grant manager actually to address these, but it was to be matching funds for court facilities improvement grant, for a historic preservation grant, which would have gone to the grandstands on the fairgrounds. And then the North Dakota Energy Conservation Grant, which is something Grace is working on. So I think I'm just gonna, I queued her up for this one.
Okay, thank you.
Again, members of the commission and Mr. Bierke. So, talked about this, I went back, it was the July 30th meeting, when we talked about the grants and what we were looking at going into 2025 for potential grant dollars. And so as Tom alluded to, there were kind of three different large projects that we were looking at, and things have changed since then. So the first one was that North Dakota Court Facilities Improvement Grant, and that was originally going to be for the voice identification system in the courthouse. And that was a project of a total of about $350,000 at first, that we had talked about. Originally, we were going to do it as part of the first court facilities grant that we got. Quotes came in really high. We decided to leave that, apply later. But court facilities actually decided to instead go after the grant that you all approved to get new chairs, which instead of being the matching funds being about $87,000, which they would have been for the project that we originally looked at, the matching funds were under $5,000 for that project. And so we don't need to worry, those dollars could absolutely be
So we're plus 80,
reallocated.
I'm gonna round it all. So we're plus 82,000 to start with.
Sorry,
All right, here we go.
the next
Next.
part.
Just keep doing the pluses.
The next part was the Historic Preservation Funds Development Grant. I'm glad I have good news for you.
Okay.
And that was to look at the grandstands, but the fairgrounds actually decided they went after that program themselves. And they were
Yes,
awarded, I believe.
They were, yeah.
Yep, and they haven't come to us for funds. I believe that's in their budget for the 50% match. So you can plus up probably, the awards are up to 50,000 on that
It
one
was 33,000.
for theirs.
That's what they got.
got.
So did you have 50 budgeted though in this
That's
350?
what we've been looking at because
Okay.
they did a different project
Okay.
from what we had been, I think, thinking of.
Plus 50, okay, you're on your way.
And then the North
Could
Dakota.
be employee of the year one more time.
And the North Dakota Energy Conservation Grant. And so this was the conversation where their North Dakota funds to retrofit buildings with different, more energy saving lights. It's up to $100,000 per building, so we have this, the Cobb, the courthouse, and the jail. We, at the time, hadn't had an assessment yet, because it was a pretty new opportunity. We did get an assessment and found out that the county's matching dollars for all of the buildings would be under $100,000. And then we were looking at a federal grant opportunity that we applied for, which is the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant. And applied for that, just got a notification of award at the end of January. And we can use those federal dollars to match the state funds of 50%, according to the state when I talked to them back in November. So that means we don't have to allocate, we shouldn't have to allocate any of our dollars, county dollars, to the retrofit, and we should be able to cover that with the federal dollars from the state grant.
That's plus 100.
So question on the federal grant.
Winner chicken dinner.
Question on the federal grant. Usually there's 75%, 25%, 25%. Is this 100%?
Yep, this was a special grant, and it was something that you just applied for as counties, or governments, and you could use it for different, projects, and we went with it's an equipment rebate voucher, which fits with the retrofitting.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so the only thing I would say is we are planning to apply for, a grant through the Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation, for a compatible use study, as we, I think, talked to most of you about, with the Air Force base. And that grant does require a 10% match. Tom and I do anticipate, however, that most of that grant will be able to do the 10% match in terms of in-kind funds. So that would be Tom and I, our time, any travel we do in relation to when we attend conferences and we're meeting with that department, we'd be allocating the funding. That would probably be part of the in-kind. And then I believe that the chamber has plans to, if needed, with their base retention dollars, help fund that 10%. But I anticipate probably won't be.
Is that the one I talked to you about
It
this
is.
morning?
Yep. It is.
So are you saying none of the 350,000 would be needed?
So 5,000 was allocated from this fund, I believe, for the
That's already listed above.
pledge.
$4,875.
Okay. So that should,
So done.
so
I can take the 350 off.
you can reallocate it somewhere else and see it.
I talked to the chamber, and Mr. Jovic too, about that basement in future, and I'll follow up a lot. In the future, county expenses involved in base retention should be coming out of their money, that pot they get for expenses. So and whoever else wants to, I think you're on the committee. Yeah, we can follow up on that then, because that'd be a legitimate expense of base retention. Our expenses as a county to retain the base.
Yep, the large group.
A large group.
Any other questions on that? Thank you. Thank you.
So that's the whole 350 there, right? And an unrelated note, I'm still learning, well, I'm gonna meet with you, get a better grasp of the budget, but we did do an IT position.
Right.
So that money, where's that money sitting at? Just that's extra? Okay, I'm just saying, so, okay,
It's in the budget, right?
It's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
right, but we're not hiring that position, at least for now.
Right.
So, okay. All right, my next question I had was, I got 600,000 to raise, and I'm just about there. The next question I had on is the recarpet the atrium and south pod. And Mr. Grzebski wants to come. I talked to him about this, and I believe we could get by. And just so everyone's clear, and obviously it's three people decide, not me, but I'm trying to get to the point we take a year off here and make sure we know where we're going with all our expenses and not keep borrowing money and not keep spending money. I think we need to do the proverbial timeout. And so, not saying that I'll get to say what will or won't get done, but I do think we need to take a year off to see where we're at financially.
Are you talking about the capital improvement project?
I'm talking about, you'll soon to see when we get that time to whole budget, if anything we can cut, anywhere we can cut, to see where we're at before, because I don't know where the jail is gonna go. there's a lot of questions that are they're probably months away from getting an answer. Some of the questions might not be answered till after the budget is close to being done or even done. So what I am attempting to do here is try and save and hoard all the money we can so that we can see where we're going forward, and then we can react according to that before we commit ourselves to any more long-term projects or staff or whatever. And because we can always adjust accordingly. If the money's there in our reserves, then we have to do something, we can adjust. But if it's spent, we can't adjust. It's gone. And so that's kind of where the theory of what I'm working on. And under this recarpet the atrium in South Pod, I believe we could skip the atrium part of it and reassess that in a year. And the South Pod, I toured that and it's bad. So it needs to be replaced. It's borderline becoming unsafe and all carpet starts heaving and stuff. Yeah, so I don't know if you have the number or we could get that, but when it gets to the point to, if we're having motions and stuff, I would like to, when we get to that point, not recarpet the main area out here and reevaluate that in a year. That's where I'm at on that. And yeah, I'm not making a motion because I don't, I'm just, and do the South Pod though, because it's in disrepair to the point it's needs to be done.
Hey, Bill, do you think it's a 50/50 cost?
I was gonna
The
say
area size?
speculatively, the south side would be somewhere in that 35 to 40 range. Would be a number to throw at it right now. I don't have that as an individualized quote from different carpet vendors, but it'd be a good speculative number to throw into.
What is your opinion on what Commissioner Bierke?
Well, I understand where he's coming from, but the request to move forward with doing this it's worn, it's 25 years old. Is it a do or die if we don't do it this year? No, it goes on the request next year. It's most of this stuff project wise that I come up with is a need for the facility. We're at that age where a lot of things are coming up. We'll be soon entertaining a roof on this building. It's 25 years old, rubber membrane, 7-year life expectancy, 25 years.
There's other buildings too, I think they're gonna be in the same boat.
Everything that we have right now is similar age.
Well, you get the existing jail, the age of that, you know, as somebody that owns commercial buildings, I mean, those rubber membrane roofs, they shrink, and you can patch them to a point
They start tearing and pulling. I keep going.
until you can't, you know.
And I dare say the jail current and new addition, we would probably see a shorter lifespan out of that roof. I know Brett has that on his capital improvements, as we've talked about that as well. We'd see a shorter lifespan on that roof because it's a naked roof. It doesn't have rock on the roof. So that when the rubber is exposed to all of the elements, they're generally a shorter lifespan as well. But yeah, it's another thing. We're 18 going on 20 years old out there with a 25-year life expectancy. Well, there's some big ticket items that we will be entertaining down the road. Are they immediately on this request right now? I think you were on 27 or
It's a 3-year,
3
6,
years.
7.
Okay. Yeah. And easy enough to do that because we have parapets in between there on that existing building. We're gonna stop.
So you do it in thirds, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, we have the structure on the building where we cut, stop, carry on next year. That's a whole other subject.
I guess my temptation is taking care of it. There's tripping hazards and stuff in the carpeting and so forth.
Yeah.
That must be taken care of. The atrium can wait.
Mhm.
I mean, let's look it along until that comes the case there. Well, it would be my opinion.
And we've entertained those types of projects later in the year too, when things that come in cheaper or something like that. I can usually scramble a small project together, or something like that came available at another date, so it's not, none of that's do or die there. Are we going down my list now?
Well, I think this, Pete might something to say or no?
I can wait.
Okay, okay, and the other one was the remodel of the bathrooms for 85,000. I don't see why.
They're good shape.
I think we should hold off on that, and like I said, a lot of this to me, we'll be able to answer a lot of these questions a lot better 6 months from now, but if you commit it and spend it, then it's gone. And that's 85,000 we won't have for potentially things we need down the road that are much more important. So I think on that same thing, that could be deleted from this list and reevaluated next year. That's all I had for, that's only 3 things I had. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Tester.
Did Commissioner Keith have a question for me, or?
No, I can wait till you get through this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The green ash borer infected trees on the courthouse lawns, they are just that. We did cut one down that completely died last summer, and we still have the stump in the ground out there. We have 3 others that are positive green ash borer infected, or they need to come down by us within a reasonable amount of time. The city arborist contacted me last year and said their time to come out. So we cut those down, we grind the stumps. Let some grass seed grow in there and call it good. And unless somebody decided to come up with some kind of tree planting plan, I'm sure 3 less trees in the front lawn of the courthouse isn't gonna be terribly impactful with anybody's lifestyle. Where they were. The north entrance on the Cobb, just like the south entrance we did last year, they're old steel slug-filled frames from original construction. What's happening, and Commissioner Rusted will be all familiar with it. When the frames start rusting and they're slug-filled, they start swelling at the bottom. They start binding up until they don't function anymore, or people can't pull them open. And then what's maintenance solution fixing them? Temporary fix is whack them with a sledgehammer to clearance the jams a little bit until you physically replace them. We put in aluminum storefront on the south side. They won't swell and rust like the old steel doors did. In that $15,000 mark to replace the north door with the same like what we did on the south, much like we did at 22 on the main atrium on the first floor when we got rid of the rotary doors. For 21, that was 21. On the north front, did that.
In my personal opinion, and I guess also professional opinion, this is a no-brainer. Something that needs done. As a matter of fact, the more of those doors that we can eliminate out of our portfolio, it might be better. I mean, I'm not sure how many exist in our portfolio. Bill Main, but I would say that's money well spent. Thank you.
Do it at the courthouse and 11.
11. Okay.
They're down the road a ways though. One thing that.
Propped open at the tail.
One thing that did go in my project request form, which looks like that one, that was a larger sum, which trimmed it back, not knowing where it was at. We didn't act on it. Commissioner Rusted will, as I jog his memory on this, will remember we talked a lot about where we're going with fire alarms when Juby leaves the old jail and courthouse. I can put a DAC card in, put a data connection into the fire panel out there, in the old jail master control area, and basically link that 1986 fire panel on with a agreement with outside monitoring then, because right now we don't have outside monitoring. We're not connected to the outside world with the courthouse and old jail building for fire protection, for fire monitoring, because we're manned 24/7 because juvenile detention is there. The DAC card data and a dedicated phone line for that has a sum of about $15,000 to $20,000 installed, and we keep that panel operational. If we were to replace and upgrade that panel, we're looking at, that's $100,000 mark easily. So keeping it running until we decide what we're doing. What are we doing with the building? Is the building going away? Is the building getting leveled? Is it getting repurposed? A lot of hard decisions yet to be made, but we can get. So when juvenile is no longer occupying there, if they're no longer occupying there, we have to have that monitoring contract in place. Then if they were to move in May, it's narrowing my window of opportunity of time to act on getting a back card, getting data, getting the panel reprogrammed and kind of need to move on that soon.
So, Bill, is that something I missed putting on the list here?
So it didn't get on this one, but it is on my 25 requests as the complete panel replacement for 150,000 before Juby gets gone. I believe that was like page 6 or 7 of your agenda. We don't need to spend the 150 to remain operational. We need to spend 15-ish to remain operational after
I
juvenile
see.
detention is gone.
I see why I missed it. It was not in order. Your 2025s are
Yeah.
and then 2026.
That one
And
got
then
pushed
that
out.
one didn't have a date, but
I didn't read it.
so I didn't realize that was a 2025 request.
Right.
We can't answer that till we decide on the jail
Yeah.
stuff.
So I just want to put it out there that I need some time to act if everything's happening. If they're moving April, May, my window's getting real narrow with ordering, getting a contractor to install, reprogramming that panel. That there's obviously a period of time that all takes for it to happen. So I wanted to put that one out there for sure that you guys are aware of that is a need. If everything happens as has been planned and they move, it has to happen. So if things are different, then
Once you get told, how long will it be before, I guess?
the DAC card had a 4 to 6 week delivery date, and then contractor install and reprogram. JCI would reprogram the panel after that. That's probably a day of work for tech on site, but it's just a matter of coordinating that after that 4 to 6 weeks. So
How much?
sorry.
No.
How much did you say that dollar amount was?
15 to 20. I believe the final numbers for the DAC card was like 13.6, so then the rest is on-site labor. Getting data there, getting phone line there, getting case gathering.
What, didn't you have 160,000 on you?
That's if we replace the whole panel.
Oh, and we don't have to.
Well, if we don't replace the whole panel, we keep that whole panel operational for now. If we replace the panel, it would get moved out of the old jail building, because if the old jail building were to have to come down, that panel has to move. Nobody's going to move that old panel and put it back up for us. It's going to be the replacement.
So 10 to 15 for the
15 to 20 to keep
the
operational,
old one to be.
to keep operational for now.
We will drop that date on a decision from this board for it's too late for you to get the ducks in a row.
So say juvenile detention's looking at a mid-May move. I would say if I didn't know by March 15th, we're not gonna get it done. About 2-3 weeks.
So I don't think, we're not gonna, that decision's not gonna, we just, it'll be 6 weeks after we make our decision. We'll figure something. Because we're not gonna. The session doesn't get over till when? If it goes to full, so we're not gonna know today. So we're gonna play it by ear. We're gonna go with it. We'll have to go with the 15 or 20 and then go, because we won't be ready to make a decision on that building.
Add 15.
Yeah,
Add 20.
yeah. Add 20 and then when we know, you'll know, right? I mean, until we find out. Because we don't know either.
So that covers my list. Other than the second floor LED conversion, but Tracy's got her grant in place, that'll probably take care of all the building thickness.
So that's 75,000 and
No,
30,000.
30,000 could be pulled off of their grant. Any other questions? Thank you.
Line items?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my records are correct. I've got 3 items that are presented before you. One that,
Two items.
do you not have the accurate one on there, accurate control?
The bottom one is double. It's a yes, you see. Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, okay.
Well, it is if you don't need 93 and she needs 93. You both need it
We both
together?
need it, it's 185 total.
Yes.
Yeah.
That particular item was the separation of the door control, the intercoms and so forth, of the expansion there, which is necessary to keep the youth assessment center separate from the adult. And have them run their doors, we run our doors, the intercoms that they have, we go direct to their staff as opposed to our staff, and vice versa. That is why that is there, and it was decided by the commission to put it in here as opposed to as part of the project, if my memory serves me correctly. The second item,
So that has to be doubled up, correct? So it goes from 93 to 186. Okay, have we got that? Okay. Sorry.
yours just says 93. now?
Well, it says 93 for you and 93 for her, so
Okay,
for us, it'll be 186, so, okay, yeah. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
that's fine. The second item that's on my list is kitchen dishwashers, ovens. The dishwasher area in that building, which is now 18 years old, is behind the dishwasher is all concrete with feed boards. That feed board has not been watered, it's not water. What's happened then, water's gotten behind there and so forth. And it's subject to health inspections and so forth, and we've bleached it, we've done everything we can, we've had our maintenance guys recock everything, trying to keep that area clean. And it's getting to the point that very difficult. The reason it's so expensive is in order to fix this the way, according to my maintenance guys, in order to fix this the way it needs to be, that whole dishwasher assembly has to be taken apart, removed off the wall prepped and cleaned, and probably stainless steel on the back side of it, sealed. And then the dishwasher will go back in there. That quote we had last spring was just over 50,000 for that. The ovens portion of this, the ovens that are operating in that building came from the old jail. They were not brand new. We've had numerous repairs on them. And my concern is preparing 650 meals a day, having an oven that's 30, 40 years old, being what we depend on. They're working right now, but I don't expect them to work forever, nor should we. So that's about $25,000 for the oven. And the last thing that I put on my list was in conversations with Bill, I had mentioned the fact that our lawnmower that we have there is another 14, 15 years old. We use it for mowing the lawn, we use it for our snow removal, doing it for everything. Now the county's taking the stance what we're doing, the county's doing all the snow removal. Therefore, that machine's even getting used more. It's not gonna last forever, so we're planning for the replacement of that. In the conversations with Bill, rather than a John Deere, just simple lawnmower with a sweeper or a snow blower, the suggestion was to take a look at that Bobcat Toolcat, which has the bucket, pallet fork, snow blower, and more. If you recall, the mezzanine in the sally port of the garage is our mezzanine. That's where the vast majority of all our supplies are. And yeah, walk up steps and everything. Very difficult for putting mattresses or anything of any weight. Has to be all hand carried up there. Something with the like this with pallet forks could reach up there and make that job for the officers and or the maintenance people that much easier to get the stuff up there. It also would act as a secondary for snow removal. I don't think this year's been a good test for our snow removal. I will say that Bill has done the best we've ever seen out there. The county snow removal has been by far the best. But he hasn't had a lot of snow removal yet either. Just more ice. Yeah. But that was the purpose of that one. If you're really looking to cut money, well, that would be really nice to have. Can I live without it? Can we live without it? We have to absolutely. You know, we do have the other John Deere that is working right now, and if it fails or whatever, just got that repaired.
Can I backtrack to the dishwasher removal and reassembly or whatever? 50,000 kind of raised my eyebrows on that. Was that something that was bid out, or that's a pretty substantial robust figure for putting some steel on a wall and putting existing dishwasher? Is that for a new dishwasher as well, or is it the same one going back in?
Commissioner Rusted, members of the commission, the reaction is the same as mine when that number came to me. You know, what are we getting for this? What is this? And it is the same dishwasher going back in. It's no new equipment. It is the actual cost of labor to remove everything. Clean up the wall, take everything down, clean it up, and the stainless steel on the back of the wall. And then we install it. And that's, it was just an estimate that we received. If we were to do this, I would suspect that we'd go get quotes from multiple vendors. But I just needed a number of maintenance. Tell me what this might cost, and that's what I got.
Ben, just 2 cents to that if you'd like. On the stainless steel sheeting for the 22 gauge stainless steel sheeting, bent, broken, rolled edges, so we don't have any risk of cuts, abrasions, anything like that. It's about $600 a sheet for 316 stainless. And for the amount of sheets needed around that area, just for that material with no labor on any breaks, any rolls, any molding forming from the shop. Stainless shops are a little bit in short supply in our area, but the only ones that we have locally is McFarland. Otherwise, you have to go to Fargo or Minneapolis for stainless representation for sheets. That's also then their installation on that as well. So labor at $125 an hour, just about anywhere billed out, is it adds up after I can't remember how many sheets won't go on that wall, but it wraps a pretty long area. I want to say it was around 16 sheets that was going up there if they went as quoted.
Yeah, thanks. That number buggered me up a little bit, so I just wanted to.
I can't remember, do you, if you've got this, is that stored inside or outside? The Bobcat,
The Bobcat would be inside, sir.
okay.
Any other questions?
Good, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just said, I want to make sure I'm trying to, I think you mentioned it, the surveillance cameras at 50,000, that's off the list too, isn't it?
Yeah, the list.
Okay, so I thought.
The request from the sheriff.
Madam Chair Hagan, members of the commission, I'll just run through the request submitted last year. I'm happy to say that the item I've had on here for 6 years, you will not see next year. That is the GFSO office building. So you solved that problem now after 6 years, so that will not be on there next year. The item I believe that you might be looking at first, I just have my list in front of me, is mobile data computer replacement. All of our patrol vehicles are outfitted with computers in them, so our officers can conduct their business. And Microsoft is hitting end of life, and they're not going to be serviceable as of, when was it, Commissioner Buki? Like August, October, which poses a significant issue for us. Our IT guy's been planning for this over the last 2 years. So when our budget allows in our IT area, he's been buying extra computers to get ahead of it a little bit. Needless to say, that still leaves us with the need of, I believe it was 22 computers at the cost of $52,000. That will have to be done this year in order to make sure that we maintain efficiency on that.
This year and next year.
Well, we didn't know when they were gonna phase out, that's why I put 25, 26, but now they've given this date.
I believe Windows 10 goes away in
Yeah,
October,
but
so,
Windows 11.
right, well, yeah, but he has to, it's point, he has to update it.
No, that's total, 52,000 total. And that was to replace the remaining computers that we need to update. And that was just, we were unsure of when that actual, no pun intended, window was gonna close. So we didn't know if it was gonna be 26 or 25, that's why it was still a high priority 1 for us, just unsure of when the year would be. The other item I believe that was this year as well is the training facility flooring replacement. The current carpet's been in there since I believe it's 2012 is when the facility was erected and the carpet was installed. That facility gets used significantly for other agencies outside of the sheriff's office. I believe we've discussed it before, but we allow other government entities to use it and other partners such as Altru, North Dakota Insurance Reserve Fund, Border Patrol, Highway Patrol, Grand Forks Police Department, et cetera, et cetera. We host a lot of trainings there. There seems to be a lot that happen spring and summer. And Commissioner Bierke got a tour the other day, and the carpet is hitting that point where the stains are no longer able to be spot fixed, and it's due for replacement. Along with the tiling that is in the break room, my intention after receiving a couple quotes is to probably just purchase the flooring for the break room and install it myself instead of paying somebody double to do that. So on a weekend with my kids for help. But,
Probably got a few hands.
but those are the 2 items that I believe are on your sheet for this. So I'll answer any questions you have.
Do you know, what the age of those computers are?
Well, we replace them as fit. Some of them are about 7, 8 years old, 9 years old. Our IT guys in our agency, the county guys help as well, and girls, but our in-house IT guys do a great job trying to keep redoing the hardware and stuff. And either way now in water, so.
One question. This doesn't relate to that, but the roof on the water rescue building. We had that foamed up on the top, so with the guys that have the guns next door, they don't have it on theirs. How is it holding up on your building?
I actually have it inspected annually, so I don't run in here and say I need $100,000. But I actually just had somebody up there a couple of weeks ago looking at a potential leak and discovered that the foam roof is holding up just fine. The leak is actually from a garage furnace that was removed, and the stack out is just getting condensation, and when it warms up, it drips. So the roof is in good shape.
So I mean, that might be something we look at as far as the jail. You know, that foam roof, because I think when I looked at doing that, it was leaking a lot. And then I got that foam roof from Grafton. And if it's holding up good, maybe that would be something to look at for the jail down the road.
On the tail,
Pardon?
to do the foam roof on the tail.
Yeah.
How
I-
long ago was it installed at the?
When we do that, Andy?
2012 is in
They're guaranteed for 10 years. But at Tri-Valley, we put it on our entire transportation program. And it was significantly cheaper.
You're the one that told me.
Yep, and MinDOT down the road at our street has had theirs in for 22 years and it's still good.
So I'm not a contractor,
Right.
but what I was told by HVAC that was up there and the roofing company that was looking at the roof and looking at this leak, they said that foam roofs are great, but I asked them to just pull the stack out and patch it, and they said no, because they've tried to patch spots on foam roofs before, and they'll never get them to seal. So they didn't want to fill it for whatever reason. I don't know anything about it, but they cleared, maybe the Grafton company could have done it. I don't know, but we're just working on it. So, yeah.
If we're looking at 13 years out of a 10-year roof, that's not bad. I mean, that's great. So,
And it was cheaper. It was cheaper than
It was
having
about half.
half the price.
If you're saying some maintenance things might be a little bit different for fixing.
According to them.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Generally, foam has to be put on a slope. Flat roofs, it generally doesn't work. The jail's flat.
what kind of grade do you need for foam?
Thank you.
So do we just want to go down the list real quick and see what your opinions are? Yes or no, or, and then do you want to make go forward today or think about it?
Any comment?
I don't know, there's too much controversy.
I'm good. I know what I want to cut.
So I'll just go through the list.
Yeah.
The grants, 350,000, that's enough. The $75,000 for the carpet replacement, there was this suggestion just to do the south, not the atrium, and that would be about 40 to do the south part.
Yeah, just the south side, I would say.
Is everyone in agreement on that? To remove the green ash tree.
Fire up chainsaws. I'm ready.
Yes or no, do we-
I mean, yes, let's cut the trees down.
Yes.
That leaves to rate later on. Saving costs.
$15,000 for the entrance, north employee entrance door.
Yes.
I think we should do it also with the knowledge that there's gonna be more of these coming. And so just to keep in mind, or to bear in mind rather, that next year, the year after, et cetera, we're gonna wanna pluck away at these. Especially if the jail, when you say 11 built, the jail.
But now, Keith, I don't know if you can do aluminum storefront for detection grade doors.
Oh, and then we have to replace them with the same junk that's in there now, but either way, they don't last forever, as you well know.
Correct.
So yes, to the replacement door. No to bathrooms. Or,
Yeah.
no to the bath. The fluorescent lights, we don't need to do that because.
That's right.
The kitchen, dishwasher, oven.
That has to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've recycled the ovens long
Yeah.
enough.
We've got our-
And then that bobcat, pool cap and attachments for 95,000.
If the John Deere is still working, I think we could maybe look at that into
Fixing it,
20
yeah,
in another year or two.
yeah, I would say no.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, the surveillance, that's off. if I want to. The sheriff's mobile computer replacement, 52,000, sounds like that's a need.
Yeah.
Then the training, building flooring replacement for 25,000 for this year and next year.
So if we're living, multiple entities using it, I don't want to trip and get a workman's comp.
Yeah, just do it all this year,
Do it all this year, so
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
you want 50,000?
No, it's only
It's only
25.
25.
It's only 25
For the total. of-
Total. Total.
Yeah.
total.
Oh, okay.
That we're good.
And then the accurate controls, it's not 93, it's 186.
That's non-negotiable.
Yeah, we don't have a choice. in there.
Yeah.
If I did my math right, we took off 645, we added 206. So we should be a plus of 439. If the math is right.
A plus of 439.
Yeah, we cut 439 out, so we gained 439,000. Because we had the cat card too, for 20,000, and then the 93,000 for the doubling.
463? What did you have?
I got 439, but I can check on that.
I'm comfortable with where we're at.
It's less, we have it in the budget. We had about 600,000 to work with. It's under that.
Well, yeah, it's 965 minus 439. Around 5 1/4, do something like that.
Okay.
Okay, whatever. I mean, I'm gonna miss something.
Yeah,
I don't have my calculator with me.
we'll double check. Do you want to make that motion, somebody at the meeting?
I will, oh, okay, we have to meet, got it.
It doesn't matter here.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
You're adjourned from the meeting.
That's good. Added as, okay, so it is mighty.
You know, that for the best. Grand Forks County Commission meeting for February 4th, 2025 come to order. We'll stand for the pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the minutes.
So move. Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Approval of order of agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to add, we have a county deed that needs to be signed. So I would like to add that to the agenda. Or consent agenda.
D. The first and a second, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair,
Yeah,
I also have an adjustment to make. I would like to take item number 9, county budget forecast, and move that to 16C under county administrator. And then I would like to replace item 9 with the casino that the city is looking at with the Turtle Mountain Drive.
So 9 casino, 16C budget.
16C would be
Okay, second.
Yeah, first and second, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, approval of consent agenda. Bills, overtime status, employee status change, excuse me, overtime, and then county fee that we added.
Madam Chair, I would move approval.
Second.
So first and a second, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
First up, we have the South County Watershed Project.
Madam Chair, I think we can just gloss over this. There seems to be any interest in this.
I don't think anybody wants to.
Just kidding, fellas. This is the one that I added, trying to add some levity, but thanks for everybody showing up today. And I guess I will, as not being an agriculturist or an expert in movement of water, I will defer to whoever from whichever organization would like to come up first and address the board. Thank you for your time and thank you for showing up. All of you. This is really impressive. This is the most people since I've been on the county commission I've ever seen in this room.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. My name is Paul Sproul. I'm a landowner and stakeholder in this water district. And what I'm here to talk about today, I don't know if you got any material, but back in, to give a little history, what we're going to be referring to, I'll call it drain number 4, but please from this point forward, refer to it as a Merrifield Road. That is the best recall that you can have for what we're talking about. And we're working with Steve Barron and Associates, he's an engineering company. Also working with local law. Not we're doing any lawsuits, but we do the proper protocol when we do petition. So we didn't miss anything. Thank you. I'm going to give you a little history on this drainage. Back in 1985, the NRCS looked at this drain field
And they realized because the way it was flowing, it was doing land erosion, but going into the countryside. So the NRCS came up with a program to build a dam with an outlet. At that time, it was sufficient because of the way the water was flowing for what they knew at the time. But 1985, if you recall, those are a little older like me, 88, 89, we had a severe drought. Didn't mean anything. Then we got into the 90s, 94, 95, and 6, we got a lot of water. We had some ground out in that ditch area, which at the time you take as an event that happens, it's just part of the act of God. But then along comes 1997, we have a flood, which really hit Grand Forks bad, as we all know. But then also with that comes the Corps of Engineers. The Corps of Engineers came to Grand Forks. They did a whole thing for a dike. They did a phenomenal job, but they also got involved in this drainage ditch. And by doing that, this ditch, the Merrifield Road, became kind of the buffer for water going into Grand Forks. So what the Corps of Engineers did is they redid the whole ditch, made it wider, made it deeper, but they did nothing on the other end of the outlet. So what that allowed for was the backup of water that impacts thousands of acres of land that repeatedly in the last 20 years, these producers that are here are stakeholders. Some are landowners and some are farmers. We've lost a lot of crop. So we got together, we've talked to the water board a time or two, and we're looking for a remedy. And that remedy would be, I'll give you some pictures here, but you can see what we're dealing with. And that remedy would be to redo the outlet and to redo the ditch at a different level. So if you look at what I gave you all there, if we would go down by 5 feet, we have better drainage. This impacts 24,000 acres. No, I've got it. Thanks, Jeff. I've got it. You know, this impacts 24,000 acres. And the ditch that we're proposing, the engineer that we have sourced, it runs 8 miles. It runs just a quarter mile past number 5. So we have already, as individuals, put forward to get this work done over $300,000 of our own money. We're not here for a handout. We're here to assess ourselves to get this thing done. We want to be proactive, not reactive. But along the way of doing this, we've come up, working with our engineering firm, found out where we need to go forward, and we formed a watershed called A&W. A&W stands not for the hamburger, but it stands for Allendale and Wally Township. That's where the stakeholders are. And that's what the attorneys helped us to put together. So our goal is to improve drain number 4. And you can see by some of the pictures and the issues that we've been having over the years as it has drained. We've taken a number of steps, and we've got a timeline here that I'm going to give you, talking with the water board. And back in 1985, the people on the water board today weren't around, and I don't know if they were around or if they're actively involved in the water board in 1997. Were you, Bob? You were? Okay. But this is the timeline of events that has happened since we've engaged with the water board. But in so doing this, along with the 300,000, actually $310,000 we've already put down our own money into this program, or not the program, but to work on this ditch. We've been requested to come up with a $330,000 bond, which we did, which is unusual for a water district. The other water districts we've talked to, if it's in Pembina County, Wallace County, or Trail County, your bond maybe runs $40,000 to $90,000, depends on the size of the project. But we came up with that. And with that, I'm going to defer to Steve Barron to talk about the ditch, the drainage. And then Bill Weber will make some comments about your interaction with some of the people we were with. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Burrian, as you introduced, with Burrian Associates, and we were retained maybe in a little bit of an unorthodox approach by the landowners because of their frustration over the decades in not getting this drain taken care of. And I think what they really wanted is they wanted an engineering opinion up front to know that they had a technically feasible project, to know if they had a financially feasible project and also know that the assessment that they would have to render onto themselves would be reasonable. And so we started out in terms of approaching the project on slide, well, slide 4. And we recognized that there was this drop structure, as Paul noted, that was installed in 1985. And it was set at a relatively high elevation with the goal of mitigating the erosion as it went down into Coal Creek. And as a result of that, when they didn't adjust that drop structure after the Corps did all of that work, they had a lot of drainage happening in that ditch, but they had a ditch that's very shallow. It's below engineering standards for a ditch, and so it actually becomes more like a pond. And when it becomes like a pond, and as the water backs up behind that relatively high drop structure, you can imagine that it starts to either prevent the culverts from draining into it or else backs into the land. And if you go down there after a 2-inch rain event, which I did in the year that they hired us, there's just section after section after section that's completely inundated with water. And if you look, as I understand it, if you look at some of the crops that are raised today, many of those can't handle even a brief inundation with water like that. And so as a result, they end up losing millions of dollars in crop. And so when we went through, we did survey the entire drainage area from a conceptual, to prepare for a conceptual design. We looked at a couple different places to route the water and determined that the best approach in our professional opinion was to continue to expand drain number 4 along Merrittfield Road. We looked at a couple different approaches for dropping the drop structure, whether we used a low flow pipe around the drop structure or just modified it by lowering it. And in the end, what we recommended as a conceptual project to the group was to lower the drop structure by 6 feet. And when I was out there, while we were in a major inundation, dropping it 6 feet still would have the water level in drain 4 be well above the inundated level of Coal Creek. So we're not linking those two hydraulically. As a result of that, then we'd have enough grade from the interstate to that drop structure to reset the 3 sets of culverts under the major road crossings there to a lower elevation. And then we'd have proper drainage like it should have been designed from the interstate to the drop structure. We did look at the interstate drop structure, and they have a relatively high standard of water passage. They have to pass a 100-year flood, and they can have 9 feet back up under a 100-year flood. And when we modeled it, it's probably somewhat coincidence, it was 8.92 feet that we anticipated that it was going to back up. And so that interstate culvert, although it's not probably ideal given the landscape, it does meet the technical requirements of the DOT. We did alert the DOT, however, that we were looking at doing a project there should they want to try to alleviate some of the problems with their ditches along the interstate. And then as we looked at it, we also recognized as you went back into the assessment area that there was similar problems west of the interstate. And so that's where we recommended extending it another 4.25 miles. There we have plenty of grade. It's starting to come out of Lake Agassiz a little bit, or at least move up the depth of the old lake. And so as a result, it's just really forming a proper ditch there, not as much having to do any resets. And then one other thing that we did come up with is that since then, we have come up with some value engineering ideas to potentially make our concept even less expensive. But all along, we always knew that we would be petitioning the Water Resource District, handing the project off to them. And so we would likely not be the engineer doing the final design, but rather we would be doing the work for the A&W Watershed LLC. We put a cost estimate together for doing all of that work, which in our professional opinion, in 2024 dollars, that was about $7.5 million, including all the different features that would be needed. And then at the time, we used the existing assessment district to do a mock spread of those dollars across the watershed. And we ended up having numerous meetings with farmers. We put all that together. And then eventually on March 19th, the farmers came together, they signed the petition, and I believe on March 20th of 2024, they submitted that design then to the Water Resource District. Bill, did you want to continue on what's happened since then? I'd be glad to answer any questions at any time.
My name is Bill Weber. Thank you for having us. I was kind of the one that started this. Guy Useldinger and I were visiting back in 21, and we just can't afford to keep losing money by water. It's not our water. God is what created this. We just want to solve the problem. Move forward. Don't think of the past. Let's just move forward. So our main objective is we just want to get back on track to where we were. But if you look at this content on timetable, since we presented the petition, if you just go down the line, and we did every step that they wanted to us. And from June 5th on, since we brought the bond to them, or the letter of credit from the bank, we had zero response from our engineer, the county engineer, the water board engineer. He wouldn't answer emails. He wouldn't answer phone calls. We handed him a lot of info that he could have went with from our engineer, from Steve. So what we want to do is move on. Let's get the process rolling. We've been working at this since 2000. And each year we're losing crops. We've been lucky the last 2 years. We haven't lost a bit to drown out. This year we were 1 inch away of having a real disaster on County Drain 4. So what we're proposing, what we want, is to contract a different engineer that would work with our engineer, or have our engineer do it with the supervision of the water board. That's what we're looking for. No handouts. We're not looking for any handouts. We're willing to pay it. We've already came up with $330,000 cash. We've signed a bond for $330,000. So what we just want to make this better for everybody. And like Paul said, it's 24,000 acres that is affected. And 5-inch rain, we're going to affect about 10,000. So I just want to say thank you for your time, listening to us, but we definitely have a problem here that needs to be solved. And the reason we went at it this way, I'm 75 years old. I've been going at this, and I'm not going at the water board. The water boards, they changed. A lot of people that were on the board, that's past history. Let's move forward with this whole project. And the only way we can do it is look forward, and the landowners are willing to pay for it. We've talked to everybody. And I just want to, that's what we want to do, is have some direction. And we are not going to stop. We're going to continue with this project. So I just want to say thank you for your time and just listen to us. Thank you.
Is there anybody from the water board that wanted to make some comments?
Hi, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Bob Reese. Several new commissioners on before the board. I want to thank all the commissioners for allowing me to address the issue, and thanks especially to Tom Ford who gave me the heads up that this was on the agenda. Kind of in question here, I guess, has been the water board, the engineer that's been hired by the water board, or has been our engineer. He's been our engineer for 28 years, and he's now in business with his 2 sons. I've been on the water board for 15 of those 28 years. I was on after the flood of 97, So just in question for you that Tom asked me yesterday when I talked to him, the water board does an RFP every 5 years to determine which engineering firm should represent us if years to come forward. We're about half through that process now. That usually designed so that it's the engineer that does all the things. Now it's not mandatory that we use basically our engineer to do engineering for the legal drains. But it's pretty customary. It's also very unusual that you wouldn't, because then the water board or the engineer that's doing all of our little stuff, you know, small projects or whatever, and he does a lot of work that would be technically defined as a technician rather than, you know, engineering. On a legal drain like this, the engineer is paid as a percentage of the project. And so that would make it then that, you know, he's doing all the little stuff, but would get a chance to do the big project. I didn't get a chance to see any of the information was passed out. And I don't mean to go across and you know, try to dispute anything that was presented. But it's only part of the story. And as you know, there's always two sides to every story, and I'll just try to bring off the other side. This project was legal drain reconstruction project, or just as Paul said, just south of County Road number 6. Jerry is actually in the 28 years, he's actually designed a lot of legal drains. And the only two to my knowledge that have ever failed are the two that encompasses legal drain number 4, and that's failed twice before. In both cases, the landowners that came forward initially, when it came to the vote, ended up voting against their own project. So you can kind of see maybe why he's a little skeptical about taking on the project. This project is probably the most expensive project that the water board has ever taken. Our latest engineering estimate is somewhere north of $10 million. We had a meeting with all the petitioners and the other stakeholders upstairs. We're actually in the other part of the room here 2 weeks ago, and we lined out the timeline, as was pointed out earlier. That was since they presented the petition and gave us the bond. One of the reasons that the bond was so high on this one, and it's higher than we've ever done too, is the drain encompasses, as was said, it's not only with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, but also with FEMA and the Flood Protection District. And so what the Army Corps of Engineers has told us is that this drain then got to have a special 408 permit to do the work on the drain because it's their drain. Also, County Road 6 is the dike. And so what they told us is you've got to have soil borings on the south side of County Road 6 to make sure that any work that we do with the ditch doesn't make number 6 slide into the bottom of the ditch and ruin the city's flood protection district. And so because of all the extra work that it takes with the 401 or the 408 permit, what they told us was that the plans needed to be 65% complete to bid before they would deal with the permit. From the time they got the permit, it would take another year for them to decide. And I was on the conference call with the Corps of Engineers, so it's not something that somebody's making up. That's what they said. And so they, they laid it out what we had to do. The other obstacles that are there is there's a pump station reservoir of East Central Rural Water District right east of Belmont Road that's in the way, and either we got to move it or go around it. And so one of the reasons that the bond was as high as it was, in order to get enough engineering, we wanted the water board needed to make sure that if you brought it to that level of engineering and then it was a no vote, well, we didn't want to have the water board responsible for $250,000 of engineering. I mean, that's not reasonable either. So that's why we set the bond as high as we did. Part of the reason for waiting for the summer, before it appeared, didn't do anything, but we were out doing actual surveys of the drain. The city was under a study doing what they would call the South Interior Flood Protection District, and that would be what's north of number 6. And they had gotten part of a grant from
Water Commission, and they were going to determine whether or not there was any additional water to be put in drain 4. And so we didn't want to go into any final or any competing design phases until we knew if they were going to put water in. Because if they were going to put water in our drain, they were going to help pay for it. And they pretty soon figured out that they didn't need to put water in our drain. So we got past that hurdle. Now, west of the interstate, they haven't thoroughly decided yet, but it's so far down the road, we're not gonna worry about that. So like I said, we needed to get the feeding from the US Corps of Engineers for what they were gonna require if that was done. This is kind of the first time the water board has got to go through this process to get a 408 permit. Usually the other permits are only a 404, which is just dumping and moving dirt into the river, and we have to prove we're not gonna raise the level of the river and so on like that. So this is the first time. I guess it's unfortunate that this group feels the water board has not moved and our engineers not moved as fast as what they would like to have. We are going to try to bring this to a vote as fast as possible, in which case all the landowners get to vote. There was a comment made about changing the assessment district. There was a big area of the original drain 4 assessment area that was on the north side of County Road 6 that now encompasses a lot of the city of Grand Forks. It would be pretty tough to prove to those people that by making the drain bigger that we were going to be helping them. I don't think we'd help them at all. Also, anybody when we have the assessment hearing has the ability to petition district court for a fee of $250 and to say, we don't think we're getting a benefit. And when you look at all the people that are out there in the new Prairie Edition, all the housing developments that are there, it wouldn't take very many of them. And a drain that we built out by Laredo was in court for over 2 years trying to fight all those things. And so by eliminating that area of that's north of what would be the dike, the city portion of the dike, and the city portion of the dike actually on County Road 6 goes from about a quarter mile west of Columbia Road to about 800 feet east of Belmont Road. That's a part of the dike system that we have to be careful when we do it. So I guess I also, I'd be willing to take any questions you might have. It's in the process. I'm sorry it's not going as fast as what they would, but Mr. Rusted.
Yeah, so I guess earlier in your talk, you were talking about that you've got an engineer under contract with the water board, et cetera, and they hired a different one. And to me, it would seem reasonable that between March 26th and January 5th, that the water board's engineer under contract would at least return an email. Because these are pretty specific dates, so I doubt they were made up. And I'm going to assume that there's probably some emails in an inbox and an Outlook someplace that would line up probably exactly with these dates, because I know if I was making it up, I wouldn't put March 26th. I'd say roughly sometime around March. Yep. So to me, it just seems like if there was an effort to move things forward for everyone involved, specifically the group of people that have north of $250,000 tied up in personal wealth into this project, that the least the engineer could do would be, an automated response or something. I mean, not nothing. I mean, does that seem unreasonable to you?
It does not, and I can't answer that.
No, I know you can't speak for him, but I'm just curious because I'm just going through the timeline. You're welcome to look at my copy if you like. But
go ahead, it doesn't change anything.
But it just March 26th, no response. April 12th, no response. And fast forward to June 27th, no response. December 19th, no response. January 5th, no response. Doesn't seem like a team player. I don't know the individual. I'm not even sure I can pronounce the last name, but it doesn't, it just seems like there's an effort to roadblock rather than an effort to work together, especially on something of this magnitude when this number of dollars have been spent towards it. That's disconcerting to me, sir.
Understood. Any other questions?
So is it my understanding that all the individuals that are here dealing with this subject, all of them are in favor of the drain being fixed? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I don't know that there's anybody on the water board that disagrees with that.
Well, and I would
Kind of arguing about their.
I would probably reiterate what Commissioner Rust had said. Take a look at that contract because I don't know, somebody could have been a great individual doing work in the past, but it's the present day now. And if that individual isn't going to be helpful in moving a project forward when there's so much support, I think that that contract needs to be looked at for that particular engineer.
Is that ditch within the 2 miles of the ET?
It would all be in there now, yes. Although the ET has not been, the official ET area has not been expanded in recent years. I mean, if you automatically assume that it goes 2 miles out, but I don't think it officially has. I know it hasn't west of Grand Forks, where we live.
Any of the city houses involved, wouldn't they have city stormwater?
They would.
So the ditch is irrelevant to them.
That's correct. Okay. And any future annexation by anything east of the interstate, the city with their stormwater study said that they could take care of all the stormwater from everything north of County Road 6 with their holding ponds and divert it to the south end greenway. That's when they determined they didn't need to put any water in drain 6.
Okay, when the city does, when you do special assessments, they also set up future special assessment districts. So you're saying that the city, how can the city say something that's not under their control now could not be put into a future special assessment district? Is that what they're saying? Because when they do it, like say build a road and it's not going to affect this side of the road.
Yep.
And then say something gets developed there, then once they join in, now they have to help pay.
Yep.
So if this is going to be out there, just because one day they might annex it, we don't know when that one day is going to be. So if they do go in there, why shouldn't they pay some?
If they would later, yes. But our concern was because originally the talk was they were going to have huge holding ponds right on the north side of County Road 6 that were going to be pumped into the drain. And we wanted to know what the pump capacity was so we could take into that account. And as their study concluded, they said that if there was a holding pond, they wouldn't pump it in when the ditch was full. They wait till the ditch went down and then pumped it. And our point on the water board was we didn't, the people that, as you said, those special assessments for the storm drains and the streets and everything can run, up to $40,000 an acre. And so we didn't want to, we weren't going to put them in an assessment district. They were, and some of those already were in that area because it's annexed by the city. And so we just pull out everything that is protected by the city dike out of this assessment district.
Okay, but once they go, because they're actually talking about going beyond that dike now.
Eventually, yeah.
So I'm just saying that however this gets done, there should be a future special assessment because who knows when people would go in there. What is there a reason why we're waiting to whatever the next step is? What's the next step?
We're not waiting. We're in the process of engineering this. What we proposed to the group a week ago when we met with them is an alternative. That was a mile south, considerably cheaper, and we didn't have to put up with the Corps of Engineers for anything. And so this group met and they haven't responded back to the water board which direction we'd like to go. I think based on the information behind me, I think we know which way they're going to go. And so we'll proceed with engineering the current drain and go forward. Our goal would be to have a vote yet this spring. But as I said before, we have to finish engineering it, give the plans to the Corps of Engineers and let them give the permit because we can't build or bid the drain until we get the permit. And we can't get any cost share from the state until we get the permit. And so the goal would be to engineer it as fast as possible, so we're ready to hand it over to the Corps to get the permit.
Okay, so for the group, whoever represents them, so you want the plan that was presented tonight, what you presented, that's what you want. You don't want the other one, the alternative. You want the one that you want.
Yeah, right, because if they came with an alternative, I'd say 20 years too late. Why didn't they bring that up 20 years ago to us? They never did. No one gave them permission to come up with a design with our money.
So you want to do this version and you're willing to be special assessed for this version?
That's correct.
That's correct. Just so you're, but I want to make, I'm trying to get my facts straight. So this is what you want and you want to buy it. Sounds pretty American to me. So what's the issue then?
Well, we didn't spend any of their money to come up with the alternative, so
Okay.
that's not correct.
Okay, and
We are bound by the State Water Commission when we apply. I mean, everything the water board does is determined by Century Code. And we're bound by the State Water Commission when we apply for $4 million worth of money from them. We have to look for alternatives. And so we look for alternatives. This has happened on other drains too. We built 59 down by Reynolds 5 years ago. We proposed an alternative and everybody said, no, we want what we want, go forward with it. So that's apparently what they want. We gave them the alternative. They didn't like it. It was 60% of the cost, you know, but they want what they want. So we're going to proceed with going ahead and getting the engineering and bringing it to a vote as fast as we can.
okay, so you have a question. I got it. Whoever has questions, then I got more questions. You go ahead, sir.
Our question is why we are proceeding this, because we came up with a bid for this from an engineer. We were going to reuse some of the box culverts and all this. The new bid came in at $2 million more, which is quite a bit. When you got to assess the area, it goes from $29 an acre down to 20 with a $2 million less bid. That's why we want a different engineer. I'm not saying our engineer, but have an engineer that's willing to work with our engineer. He wouldn't even speak to ours. They had a meeting lined up. He never showed up. He sent his son. What message would you get of landowners and operators that spent $330,000 of their money? What message do you think we're getting from it? We're willing to turn over everything. We're willing to work with them. He don't even want to talk to us. He won't even answer my phone calls.
Okay, so back to you then. So when you put forward this project, can't you put out a request for proposal for an engineer? And whoever, and whoever gets it, gets it. Correct?
As I said, that's very highly unlikely
What do you mean it's unlikely? Why is it unlikely?
that you would have an engineer for the drain project different from your engineer of record on the town.
Well, if you put out a request for proposal, whoever bids the best wins.
That's correct.
So why would we care who gets it? Well, if he doesn't bid, that's his problem. He loses.
He works for us.
And that might have to be addressed.
Yeah, okay, but I got more. Mr. West, you thought you'd get away without talking. That's right, my friend. I just, for you, your angle, obviously would be the roads, the culverts, et cetera. So what part of all this do you play?
Well,
Commissioner Bierke, members of the board. On a typical legal drain, I would work, especially when it's a next to a county road, I would work the water board and coordinate, help with the geometrics and the shape of the ditch, work with their engineer on all the crossings, what they look like, what sizes they are, type of material, that kind of stuff. And then the
the highway department, we pay a portion of the bill too, of every culvert that crosses the county road, we pay a portion of it too. Comes out of the highway budget. Okay, so, that part, now this particular drain, very unique for me. I signed the petition, I live in the watershed. I'm the chairman of Allenville Township. I'm the county engineer.
So you can say there's a potential conflict.
I did not put any money into it though,
Okay.
okay? And my land rights are extremely small compared to these guys right here. So I'm walking an extremely fine line here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know you were, I knew where you live kind of, I didn't know if you were involved.
I'm on the very upstream end of this project.
Okay. All right, okay, so are you saying then for this, would you prefer that we would go as the county, whatever our involvement, to get another engineer involved, so you? I mean, because I don't want to put you in a position where you're.
You can answer that question.
What now?
Thank you.
I don't think you can answer that question.
To me, it's a water board decision.
Okay. Yeah, but if we're gonna do a project, I want to make sure the roads are all okay when it's all done. And you do roads, so.
Yep.
The county would some way have to ensure our skin in the game is protected. So how, okay, we phrase the question. How would we do that? If you're not involved?
Well, we are involved. It doesn't matter which engineer
Well, you
is
just said
involved.
you're not gonna be involved, though, but, so how would we be involved to make sure?
I'm not involved in deciding which engineer gets the project.
Yeah.
I have zero say in that.
Right.
I have zero authority.
So,
over
but
the
I'm like,
board.
but I just want, so the county though, would then, our recourse or protection would be whatever engineer got hired, we would assume they know what they're doing. Because you're not gonna talk about it.
Well.
You see what I'm saying? You follow what I'm
Well,
going here?
Yeah.
I think any engineer, I mean, even the one they're frustrated with, I've worked with before in the past, and when we just deal with the road
Nick, I think
crossings.
he's saying that if you can't get involved in the project as the county engineer, does the county need to replace your role? It has nothing to do with.
Right, I do, say we wanted to go from advice,
No, he can handle it.
no,
Nick can answer.
I don't have a problem with that.
okay, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay.
Okay,
On
okay,
just- Yeah,
Okay.
just this particular.
yeah, this particular project, could you make sure that okay, the roads are all good, that's what I'm looking at.
Yes, I don't have a problem with that. with
Okay,
Any of the engineers.
okay, no, that's, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure, I didn't explain it well, my fault.
Sorry, I
So-
didn't understand.
No, that's me. I just want to make sure we're covered to protect our assets.
I
Okay,
believe we are.
okay.
Yeah, I don't have a
thanks.
problem with that.
Okay, so I don't know where the rest of you are at, but it's pretty clear that they're not happy with the engineer involved. So I don't know what the rules are about us in the water board. I haven't got that far. I am planning on meeting with the water board and finding out how all that works. So I guess we're up to Ms. Wamstead. Where are we at here? How do we do this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so the water board is kind of an interesting legal creature in that it is a county board, but they are a separate legal entity as well. They're represented by their own attorney, and are kind of an independent creature under the law. The authority of the County Board of Commissioners over the water board is the Board of Commissioners appoint the members that serve on the water board, as we have done in the past. And then the Board of Commissioners essentially holds the purse strings. So the levy for the water board and budget is determined by the Board of Commissioners. With that said, like Mr. Dries shared, the process of creating and extending a legal drain is very specific under the law. Ultimately, if the water board makes a decision and a citizen wants to appeal that decision, it can be, depending on the nature of that decision, it can be appealed to the district court, and I think Mr. Dries referenced that. And the other avenue to appeal, I believe, is to the state water engineer. And so those would be the authorities that would be able to kind of take a second look at the decision of the water board. It sounds like from a lot of this information is fresh to me here, but it sounds like maybe they're not in a spot right now where an adverse decision has been made. So I'm not sure that those rights would kick in at this point in time, but for example, if the water board just said, we're denying the petition, then maybe some of those appeal rights would apply.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the only thing we can do is their budget? Is that what you're saying? Okay,
And the
noted.
appointing of the members.
Okay. Well, I don't understand why, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, I guess, but it's all them, they're paying for it. Why don't you just give them what they want? I don't understand, but that's the simple world I live in.
Kind of the way I see it as well. I mean, we've got over a dozen people that showed up today that have literally a ton of skin in the game to achieve a goal. That I think the goal isn't just gonna be beneficial to them, I think it's beneficial to the whole. We have these big clubs, every other year. And the fact that they're willing to pay for it is pretty rare. I mean, generally speaking, when people come to the podium, they've got their hand out like this. This is one of those cases where they've got their hand in their own back pocket on their wallet, and they've already spent some money. And I don't know why any board, whether it be on this board or the water board, would stand in the way of any sort of a project that isn't going to have adverse, horrific effects on other folks. I mean, I think we probably need to let any personality clashes with different engineers be in the rearview mirror and just move forward with the project that they want to literally pay for themselves. That would be my advice. I guess we don't have authority over you guys, but that'd be just my plea to you. That seems to me the most common sense and normal course of action.
And we are working that direction now that we got the city study finished and got our director Corps of Engineers. I mean, it all takes time. It isn't something that could have been decided last June because we didn't know all the information last June. So it's a peculiar situation, and I know they're frustrated with our engineer, but at this point, we're working with him and moving forward as fast as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name, for you don't know, I'm Tom Purdue. I currently serve as the chair of the Grand Forks County Water Resource District. There's so many topics here. We're talking about legal drain. The reason it's called legal drain is because we have to follow the Century Code. And as Mr. Treese explained, we have to also follow rules that the Department of Water Resources and the main thing, we're talking about a lot of money. We appreciate what you've done, and one of the primary concerns about the water board and our budget is we want to be frugal with the taxpayers' money and use it in the best way. One of the things that our primary objective is look at things that are presented to us and evaluate that in every aspect and see if there's a better way. And one of the things, like Mr. Drees explained, was we did come up with a different way. And it is cheaper. And that is one thing that I have chartered Mr. Tribula to do, is to look at that. He has, since that time, when the petition was presented, and by the way, I live in Grand Forks. I know what it looks like down there. I'm not a farmer, but I know what it looks like. There's a problem. But we can't just go out and say, hey, can you guys give us some money? We want to go study this and see if we can fix it. Not the way it works. We have to wait until that petition is submitted to us. When we did that, we evaluated what we were given. Some good points, some not so good. One of them about
When that thing was originally done, the outlet was installed, and then later on, Corps of Engineers come in and did some work, and the elevation from the interstate to the top of that drain, that outlet, it just drew a straight line, and that's what they built it at. And that proved to be not sufficient. So one of the proposals was to lower that drain and then lower those culverts. You know, those culverts have been in there for 30 years. And I don't know what they weigh, but it's a lot. And how often do you think, what do you think the chances are one of those is going to get broken? Pretty good from what we're told from the engineering, from construction companies. There's a 9-month wait for a new culvert of that size. There was also, so what we did was we had Mr. Pribula look at, evaluate that, and then suggest alternatives. So he hasn't been wasting time. One of them was the outlet that's there now, make that the secondary alternate or drain, and then we would put in another one right beside it. For whatever reasons that didn't pan out. The other thing we suggested was, and even to the Corps, was boring, we're talking about 8 feet, boring underneath the existing culvert. That right away said, no, that's not good. So then we started looking at another way to do this, was moving it a mile south. That actually was a lot cheaper. The interstate, from what we're told by the North Dakota Department of Transportation, is if we build something, we build a drain right there, they are obligated to put the drain in, put the culverts underneath the interstate at no cost to us. Another cost savings. If we do the existing thing where we have to do something to the culverts that are existing now, that's all in our pocket. So, as again, our primary directive is to do things the cheapest way possible. So that's why we've considered all those things. We're also carrying on other business. Mr. Pribula has not been dragging his feet. I was told that for 25 years, he's been saying that drain was not adequate. That's a true statement. That's what we've been told. That's what we've been told by the Corps of Engineers. That's what we've been told by the NRCS. So he's just passing on what he was directed to say. So I don't know. Drain, the alternate that we came up with and presented to these folks just a couple weeks ago, several $1 million cheaper. So anyhow, that's it. I don't want to go into the rest of this, but thank you very much.
Just got one more thing. We've been dealing with a man for 25 years in this project. And they're always worried about money. Who's paying for it? Us guys, landowners, operators. We don't own the land. We rent the land from you. We're going to make the payment bill. Now, we're supposed to trust them. I got a statement from a guy that would go to court with it. Back in December, he told them, who's part of the group, you guys are wasting your time. This project's never going to go. So why do you think we trust them? We're not worried about cheapness. We don't want a Volkswagen. We want the Cadillac. That's going to help all 24,000 acres. The county ain't going to spend the money. It's the landowners. We're the ones that are paying for it. We don't want an alternate. If we put an alternate, who's gonna pay for that assessment and then pay for the other? It's not that we're worried about what we're gonna pay. Right now, we do not trust Dave. Because he's not looking out for us. Thank you.
I'll make this brief, I don't get long. First, I'd like to say, Drain 59 was done about 4 years ago. Drain 59 is Trail County, Grand Prairie County. At that time, Pribula wanted us to split a section, make a new ditch to do a drainage. And the growers at the time, some are in this room, had talked about it. We said, we want to go in the ditch. We don't want to create a new ditch in the middle of a section that's all farmland. He didn't like it. Some of those growers he wouldn't speak to anymore because he got mad. Long story short, we paid the bill, we went in the ditch. Now we're faced with the same thing here going forward. As far as the comment made about wrecking culverts, there has been talk with Zavros, with Gowan, and with Breidenbach. All three of them said that culverts can be moved. Just got to be smart in how you do it. So we don't see that as an impediment. And lastly, I want to say publicly, I am asking the water board, you can get different engineers.
I didn't say we couldn't.
All right, but you're not married to him. Other counties have 3. And as far as RFQs, they do them in 3 years. They don't wait for 5. It's just good business. When you have somebody that has something in that position for 25 years, as Putin is for that many years, that's what they become. And that's what we're dealing with. So I thank the board for your time and the commission. Thank you.
Anybody else that wanted to address the board?
You know, I would just like to say, you know, looking at this timeline, we've got a communications gap. I mean, if somebody complains to me about something or sends me something and I don't answer him back, that's not proper. That is not proper at all. Because even as a commissioner, we work for you folks here. And if we have people in Grand Forks County that are trying to get a hold of Mr. Pribula and getting some information, and he's just ignoring it, that is not right. So I don't know if you want to call it, I don't care, but it seems like when you have something like this where somebody's not responding, that's what I'm getting out of this information, is somebody doesn't care.
One more comment, excuse me. If I call the water board today, it goes to Pribula's line. He answers the phone. Why doesn't it go to one of the commissioners? I know they don't have a secretary, but it should go to one of you gentlemen that are on the board, not to Pribula.
That was our decision. And I can't let that go by. We have had problems with our secretary. She is no longer with us. I don't want to go into that in this public meeting. In the interest of day-to-day, we are part-timers, but in the interest of every day, that's what the decision the board made to have calls transferred to him. I lost my train of thought a while ago. There was another comment that was made about a meeting that was conducted and Mr. Pribula didn't show up. His son is a licensed professional engineer. They work very close together. So when you talk to one, you talk to the other. So I don't know what the problem is there. Thank you.
Since you don't have a secretary at this time, are you planning on hiring a new secretary?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted interviews last Friday, and we do have a person that we plan to present to the board tomorrow for the board approval.
And when a person gets hired, will those calls for the water board then be funneled to the
Yes, they
secretary?
will.
Okay, thank you.
And there's going to be a learning curve. I don't believe that there's anyone that could just come in off the street and start to work for the water board. It's going to be a learning curve. There there was a comment that was made about, different engineers. I'm not aware of any county, close by that has a single engineer. To my knowledge, there's only two major, engineering companies that work water, in the Red River Basin, on this side of the state. That's Moore Engineering and Houston Engineering. And I guarantee, being a frugal person, I guarantee you, they will get paid a lot more than what we paid Mr. Frischel.
I guess this to me comes back down to two things. One is $310,000 already spent money from the landowners on an engineered project with, was it Berrien, something like that, Berrien and Associates. And then number two is, it is February 4th. And it looks to me, if this timeline is right, am I reading it correctly, that the last, well, the no responses started on March 26th. So we're closing in on a year. And I agree with my counterpart, Commissioner Ross, that's just not all right. So whether another engineer costs more money, I don't know how much money it should cost to return a freaking email, but it shouldn't be that much more. This timeline is troubling. I mean, have you read through this?
I'm sorry, what was the last question?
Have you read through this timeline?
No, I'm not.
You can take my copy. I mean, this is troubling. Like, there's clearly something behind the scenes that none of us are privy to that's taken place. Or here you go, here's your copy. But I think to move the project forward, I don't know that, I think I agree with Commissioner Peach. I'm not sure if that individual is the right person to be on this, whether there's a cost or not. And these guys have already dumped 310. You want to talk about a cost? I mean, that's a personal cost, and they're willing to pay the assessment on top of that. I don't know why this is a difficult decision.
First off, you made the statement that we've already put in $300,000 of charges to the landowners.
No, I didn't.
No,
That's what they've paid for their engineering services. I didn't say anything.
we've not spent that money. We spent our own money. They did some pre-engineering before it was presented to us.
I think there's a disconnect on what I'm referencing is the money that the landowners have already put
Yes.
into the project, nothing that you've spent or anything along those lines.
I can't account for anything that they spent before it was presented to us. Matter of fact, we are not authorized to do that by the Century Code. We've made every effort in the world to
Is all the engineering already done? Can Privula just take it and run, or does he gotta do something?
At the present time, we estimated somewhere around $25,000 to $30,000 is what we spent from pre-engineering.
We were told 50.
Okay, 50, not 300,000. I don't really feel like that is a bill that should come to me or the board. We didn't authorize it to begin with. And then when it was suggested, we said, no, there's no provision for us to fund that.
Is it not my understanding that they don't want to spend that money, they're gonna spend their own money, right? Is that where the money came from?
I can't tell them what to do, how to spend their money.
Right, that's what I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the board, they asked me, I guess, to comment, and so from the preliminary work we did, you know, admittedly, that's not ready to go to bid in terms of the preliminary work we did. But when we asked the landowners, it's their work product, right, that we did for them. Do you have a problem with us turning all of that over to Privula? So some of those contacts that we made for once, because I said it's gonna be a lot easier for them to hit the ground running if they use what you've already spent. If I'm not gonna be doing the work, somebody must take advantage of what we've already done. And so some of those contacts that we tried to make, we're reaching out to Privula to try to share the information with them. And eventually we did that in the meeting where I went and my engineer went and Jerry's son went, but Jerry did not attend the meeting. And we have not received one question. We have not received one response as we looked together with them to collaborate so that we could show them what we had done. Because admittedly, they have to put their stamp on it, right? So they have to understand what we've done and they have to understand what stuff they can utilize and what stuff they need to do additionally to get the design ready documents. But there has not been one effort by email or a telephone call for them to try to collaborate with us after the landowner spent that much money and agreed to basically hand it to them as a way to keep the project moving in an expeditious fashion. And then as they evaluated alternatives, now they are starting to spend either the state's money or the landowner's money. And not once did they update this group that knows the drainage best. They know what happens when it rains. They want to be a part of that so they know when they get to that final project that the investment they're making is a good one. They can't take away the engineer's legal right or professional right to put those plans together, but they can make suggestions on what culverts to reuse, what culverts not to use, where do we need a new culvert, where don't we need a new culvert, and it's just not, as you see, Commissioner Rusted, not one iota of response from any of us. The only time they ever even set up the meeting is Bill had to go to Bob, who had to go to Jerry Privula to insist that they set that meeting up. So I think they're making a really valid point that they've gone out of their way to hand this project to the county water resource board on a silver platter. They've gone out of their way to make it cost effective for their engineer to take the next step. And it's in 33 years of doing professional engineering, I've never seen an engineer work so hard to not get out of his own way.
Okay. I think we have heard everything. If anybody has any questions, I'd like to continue visiting. I know that I visited with a couple of the gentlemen here to discuss this matter, but I'd like to continue. I mean, we don't have any jurisdiction to really make anybody do anything, but I think we all can be under agreement that Mr. Privula, his name, might have to review if he's going to continue being the engineer. I know you guys say that you don't have any problems, but based off of this timeline, like my counterpart has said, it's a little egregious. So
Communicate.
Yeah,
Communicate. They need to reach out.
especially when we have a bunch of people here that are willing to dig in their own pockets to make it work. So I think
I just want to add, let's go. This is the poster child for government in action. Stop, let's go, let's get it done, let's go. No more delay, let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, will we get an update on this?
I was gonna actually visit with them and just take it up. That would be great.
Thank
you.
Would everybody be?
Yeah. That's fine.
What?
All right, what do we want? DoorDash?
This way people get-
And we don't know what's, we don't know what are. So
are we at? Operational center administrative, okay. You wanna get, we can keep moving along, let's do it.
Absolutely.
All right,
Madam Chair and members of the commission, thank you for your time. I will be more brief than the last number 6 for sure. When we last met, we talked about home privileges for the Grand Forks County Correctional Center inmate population. And I was instructed, I believe, to go dig deeper into that, and if there were any policy suggestions to come back to the board. That I have done. I went back and researched and found a lot more information than I was able to present you the last time I was here. And then to remind you what was in question, this call was placed early in the morning to an individual. And then the question was whether or not we should allow the inmates to be calling at those hours. The specific individual that we were looking at, I brought him up and took a look. Was incarcerated at 9 p.m. on 1/14/25. Placed 4 calls to an attorney. Those were his priority calls. Unable to get a hold of the attorney, did place 5 calls to the chair of the Grand Forks County Commission, of which 2 were blocked, 2 not accepted, 1 the inmate actually hung up. He then was removed from the area where the phone was and not returned to that until the early morning hours, of which then 2 more calls were made to the chair, not accepted. And what I looked at the video and so forth, and what I find is that he appears to be distraught, hands on face. He's wondering, it appears like he's wondering, well, what do I do now? I can't get a hold of an attorney. And for whatever reason, the calls to the chair, I don't know why he thought that the chair would be able to help him, but that's where he was calling. Then I looked at the rest of his calls. 19 calls were to work. And reading in those calls, looking at the ones that were picked up and where the employer did pick up and answer them, there's a clear concern in him telling his employer, I'm not going to be in tomorrow. I'm hoping to get out and so forth. He even asked, he has 2 different jobs. He even asked one of the employers whether or not they would bond him out because his cash, apparently, he's moved up here recently. He's telling them he needs a bank card, which isn't there, and he's concerned that he can't bond out. A number of calls were also then to the mission because for whatever reason he was staying at the mission, and in listening to those calls, his concerns were for his property that was at the mission, that now he's in custody, can't get back to the mission, he's afraid that what's going to happen with my property. He's also wanting to inform the mission that I'm expecting some mail, and in that mail, I'm expecting a bank card, which I might need to bond out. The last group of all his calls were to the girlfriend, of which she never picked up any of them, and in those on the 14th or 15th. And that was the extent of his calls. So we got an attorney, chair of the commission, work, girlfriend, and where he was staying. Looking at that, it's very clear, in my opinion, this was not any attempt of harassment or anything. It's an attempt, it's a plea for help. He's wanting to know what he needs to do. He doesn't know what to do. So I know the concern was the hour of which some of these calls were made. So I did a little bit more research on that, and just to make it current. Here are all the calls placed from the holding cell in relation to individuals booked into the facility and phone calls made between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. You guys sure? I have trouble on them. If you can recall, when we last met, and I didn't have this down, I just knew it from experience, that we have people booked in and they need to place calls in an effort to get out. So in the past week, what you can see, the number of people that are in our housing, that are in our holding area, the number of new bookings each day, the number that were released on that day, and of those, who was released between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. making calls and so forth to get themselves out of there. And what I find is 63% of those released in this past week were between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. It's imperative that these individuals, many of them which are citizens of Grand Forks County, have access to a phone to get a hold of an attorney, friends and family. It could be possible that they have a child at home that someone needs to look after. I can't see not making the phones available to them. We book people in 24 hours a day. So whether you're booked in at 10 o'clock at night or 3 in the morning, but I got phone calls of people talking to people at 3, 4 in the morning, and I'll be there in 30 minutes. And then they're bonded out shortly thereafter. Anything that we do to impede that process will have an effect on our population. Rather than the numbers you see in holding, they'll be higher than that for a period of time. As it pertains to phone privileges, we do have a process where we do, under our disciplinary rules, remove phone privileges for inmates at different times. A blanket policy just to shut off the phone is not what we should be doing. It's not what we do. And I think if we do, if the commission has that desire, it could lead to some potential liability issues. We are able also to block phone numbers for everyone and anyone at the request of an individual. If anyone wishes to have their number blocked, we can do it. Alternatively, most phones that people call are cell phones, which have the ability to be on a do not disturb and or block the number when it's called as well. So that might be one of the reasons why I don't get a lot of calls of this being a problem. Right? People might be taking it upon themselves. I don't know that. From my review of this, what I would say, I just highly recommend that the Grand Forks County does not entertain any motion to blanket restrict the use of the inmate phones in our holding area, as this will cause an additional population issue at the center. It would need to be justified with a penological interest, as well as causing additional problems for those who could otherwise bond out. As an elected official, your phone numbers are readily available on the county's website. I don't know how he got our chair's phone number, but it's there. Anyone can get it. If you would like, we can easily block your numbers. That would not impede those citizens from being able to contact you, because they could still do it via letter, via mail. But you, just as well as anyone else, could elect to have your numbers blocked, as well as everyone else who's listening or in the room here, by simply letting us know. But that's my recommendation, that we don't do a blanket policy. And as I've said before, this is not a common occurrence. It's the first time since I can remember that it's ever even been brought up. Most of the time, if someone wants a phone blocked, we do it within well, as soon as they call us, it's usually done within an hour.
Did you ever find out how he got a different access code to get out?
Commissioner Hagan, members of the commission, yes and no. HomeWave provides a free 5-minute card that every inmate is booked in, so they can have the opportunity to get help, get someone there to bond them out. Somehow that card wasn't tied specifically to him. They're looking to see what and how that ever happened. They have not figured it out exactly. And that's for that reason I had to look at video and so forth in this instance. And look at free calling zone, which they call that whole area. That's where I was able to get all these numbers.
And this is good. This is very informative. And again, I don't want it to be just because they called me as the chair of the board. It was 10 o'clock at night and I'm going to bed, and then it consistently, the second time they called, it was 2, 3 in the morning, which I do put my phone on do not disturb. So I don't think it would be necessary to remove our numbers if we are elected officials. People should be able to get a hold of us. We hope it'd be a reasonable time, but I do understand. Is there any questions from the rest of the commissioners?
Sure. How do they get access to phone numbers? So I don't think he had her number memorized. So what is there? Since phone books no longer exist for all intents and purposes, are they trolling on the internet so they can get on a computer too?
Commissioner Bierke, members of the commission, I don't know how they got access to that number specifically. But our process is, let's say,
okay,
you get booked in.
Okay, book them down. Okay.
You're booked in.
All right.
Yep. You got your cell phone with you, and for whatever reason, you don't even know your wife's number because she's just a button, right?
Right. Well, I do know.
I'll play along. We have you open up the cell phone in front of us at the booking counter.
Okay.
Find your wife there and her number written down, and there you go. So it's whether that attorney's numbers are listed elsewhere, or there's contact information, bail bondsman, contact information. Some of that's all posted right.
Right, I saw that. Yeah. So I guess my question on this is I don't. I still am confused how he can make like 50 calls or whatever the number was. It seems to me that at some point that's enough trying. I mean, he got a hold of some people. I don't know. I'm not the expert jailer, but I don't know why he's able to just keep call and call and call and call all these multiple people. Once you got a hold of someone and said, you know, this is where I'm at, you've done your part. You've made a notification. I don't know why we have to give them 50 phone calls. I guess that's where I was kind of going.
Commissioner, we did not give him 50 phone calls. We gave him a time frame.
Okay.
Some of these phone calls are on the same minute after minute after minute, trying to reach someone, calling work, calling the next work, calling, they don't understand why it's not getting picked up.
Well, and if
And
they're
they're
booked in,
That accept charges.
if they're booked in after midnight or 1, 2, 3 in the morning, why don't you go to the hotel and see how many people you're gonna try to call?
If I went in there because I did something wrong, I'd man up and take it, but that's just me. Yeah, otherwise, I in 5 minutes, I could find someone. And if not, it's on me. I'll call in the morning. I'm not calling 50 people. Because I would think, since I'll just say I don't drink, so I'm gonna be sober, I would think there's not a whole lot of people gonna answer the phone at 1 in the morning. Because they're sleeping and the phone's off. I was trying to understand the process because you said they get 5 minutes free phone calls?
Commissioner Bierke, members of the commission, yes, they get an automatic 5 free minutes from home. They have.
So those aren't collect. Correct. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is at some point, shouldn't we say that's enough time calling? I mean,
What happens is they make the call. The person on the other end doesn't accept it, doesn't want to talk to it. But you got a call from the jail, press 3, 2 to accept or whatever the number.
Oh, even when they're free, it says that? Even when it's free, it says that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to tell them where this call's coming.
Okay.
So if they get, no, I don't want to talk to them when they're in jail. It doesn't take away any of their minutes at all on that.
Okay. But we're obligated a good chance to get an attorney or a bail bondsman, right? I mean, you've got the numbers posted. If they really want to try and get out, there's numbers for attorneys and bail bondsmen right there, right? So we've done our part. How far do we got to go in letting him try and figure out his life? Maybe he should have thought of that before he ended up there. That's where I'm going to. We're giving them the opportunity to contact a lawyer and or a bondsman, are we not? So we've met our obligation, have we not?
Commissioner Bierke, members of the commission, that is not the only way to get out. Of these 63%, they did not go through bondsmen, they did not go through an attorney, they went through friends and family.
Okay. Well, obviously, I don't know how you do, I don't know how someone could sit there and make that many phone calls. So whether it just be, and maybe it is the once in the blue moon, maybe it is, but to me, it seems odd somebody could make that many phone calls. Constantly.
Commissioner Bierke, think of it this way, you make the phone call, it takes 10 seconds at most to dial it, right? The person on the other end gets 3. So you got 20 seconds there. They make another phone call, they hit 3. You do a different number, they hit 3. In 1 minute, you can easily make 3, 4 phone calls. Now, I don't know that this, looking at the times of some of these, there's 2 minutes between them, 2 minutes between them here. I wasn't in there.
No,
I see him doing that, and then I see him putting his hand.
How
in his
long
head.
can they stay in there and just call away though? Is there, at some point, they've been there long enough? I mean, if they're using the phone, they can just keep, you see,
Commissioner Bierke, members of the commission, that's what this, look at this paper, and this might help you understand. The holding area on February 3rd, 14 people housed in there, 17 new bookings, 31 people need to use those phones at different times. Because these people are in holding, they don't have access to a phone otherwise.
Correct.
That phone has to be shared by these 31 people over those 24 hours, of which we have a lot of things going on in there. So it's when the officers have the ability to move someone into that area, they might be in there for their 15 minutes or so that they can make those phone calls. But if you did that one, you still have 30 more people to do in the next 23 hours and 45 minutes besides everything else you have to do in there.
okay.
Well, at that point, there's just, people are desperate, they want to get released. And that's just human nature.
Well, it's a
Unless
different world.
it's recidivism and you
That's
just
a different
wanna
world I
stay.
live in. Don't go there and you won't have that problem. That's the world I live
Fortunately, mental health and
in. Okay.
addiction are huge issues in corrections.
Everyone's the vice of the.
Well, the horse is dead, so I'm ready to move on.
Thank you for gathering that information.
Absolutely, and if there are other questions, anyone feel free to contact me. The second one on my list is request to refill a vacancy. I have a correctional officer who spouse is with the Air Force Base and he is being transferred, and I move approval. Thank you. And the last.
We have to vote.
Oh, I'm.
Right.
Thanks.
Sorry to get you in
All right.
trouble.
You have first and second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I don't see this on my list. Were you guys provided
Food service delivery?
Yes, it was on the things we got.
It was scanned
with
in.
home weight? Were you provided
no.
that
I
one?
don't know.
No, that wasn't in there. You can email it to us all at some of the days.
When does that
I-
contract need a
It's
signature?
amendment 10, correct, that's on there.
Amendment 10 is the food.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'll speak for that. On the food, the good news is we receive rate increases every year from Summit Foods. This year, it's a 3.6% increase as opposed to 5.2. Which means our average meal right now is costing us about $2.20 to about $2.11 a meal. And what I would ask is that we get a motion to have the chair sign this amendment so that we can impede them.
Full approval for the
Second.
chair's signature.
I just had one question. Is this the only served food company that we've ever used? Have we ever looked at any other?
Commissioner Hagan, members of the commission, Summit Foods pretty much has almost the entire state of North Dakota. And food service in correctional facilities is very difficult. I do have one other vendor that finally has expressed interest, but in my time here in the 17.5 years, we've had this would technically be the third company, CBM, Trinity, Aviance, now Summit/CBM again. It's very difficult to find
a big business, but that's not common in a lot of companies, just wondering. Okay. Okay, break for a second. All right, no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So, Mr. Burkholder, what was the other issue that you had there? Was it your,
Commissioner Ross, members of the commission, I apologize, I thought it's my sticky that says send this to Debbie. So apparently that didn't happen.
is it something you,
It can wait until next time, so you have the opportunity to see it. I'll just preface it that if you haven't heard of the FCC ruling as it pertains to correctional centers and jails, that's what it's all about.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Bill.
Chair Hagan, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to bring this request before you. I have a position vacancy that was brought to my attention by way of resignation, and I've requested to fill that position in order to maintain the same level of services of the building that we take care of now. Position is necessary and spelled out in the position request. Consider approval.
Second,
The first and a second. Does anyone have any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
I talked to Bill at length about this, a couple of days ago. It's a tough one to fill because it's nighttime shift, and it could be months before that we have somebody interested. Mr. Ford and I discussed possible technique to filling the position today. Keep our fingers crossed.
Just one other side note, not to upset the order of the agenda. Mr. Ross, or Commissioner Ross, and I have some information on window tinting, if you want.
yeah, we might as well bring it up now.
I have for the correction facility, I was asked to get quotes for a proposal that was listed as the original change proposal for the correction and juvenile detention addition for mirror tinting in the detention day room pod areas. And we entertained 2 commercial window tinting contractors for the mirror tinting. This is necessary within the detention cells as we already have it in the existing correction facility. It was added after construction there because of the needs of the inmates have their own sign language amongst themselves. They fight between the glass with each other if they can see each other. So the construction of the jail didn't include it. It was a change order option, and we opted to exclude it from change order and going through the engineering costs and the up costs from architectural. And we chose to go for outside quotes on this. The Tint Shop, which is a familiar contractor for the county and doing this, has done work within the facility before, knows our needs, knows good quality product, as well as follow the spec from Icon in what was recommended by them. Came in significantly cheaper in all of the surface area to cover was $22,500.45. And with the other contractor, we entertained the Stint Masters at $31,428.99. Historicity within the facility shows that this is a need rather than a want within the facility to keep the behavior of the population at a duller roar, if you will. And if we requesting the commission's approval of the Tint Shop, so we can proceed with this in the detention areas of the day rooms, in the juvenile detention pod, as well as the 72-bed adult correction addition.
I have a question. So this project is part of the building project, is that correct?
So this was an option for a change proposal within the project, which would have had upcharges with engineering, construction engineers, CMAR fees in addition to it. We pursued it outside of that to not have those upcharges on it. The other option would have been going to electrified glass, which would have tinted in that, and that was cut from the project early on because that, if I remember right, had a $500,000 price tag in that range. So we cut that from the project, but over the time of the project sequencing forward, the window tint never got included until a change proposal by Icon. We chose to do it. We chose to pursue it on our own with Commissioner Ross' recommendation at the construction meetings as well. So this is the information we have in front of you to consider approval for this. We did talk at length about how it would be funded out of the project. We do have a couple of avenues within the project that we are significantly saving some money on right now. Currently, there's still about $86,000 in contingencies for snow removal by the contractor, which they have done virtually none because we have taken over the entire facility out there. Between Avi and I, we're pushing everything out there, and they have some very small adjustments to do to the snow removal account right now, just from wind blow-ins and stuff in between when we're not out there. But we have enough money in contingency to where this could be absorbed on the project. Just would require your approval to do so.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of funding this contingency with the building project that we're doing, hopefully contingency.
Second.
We have a first and a second. I just had a quick question. So this is just for the youth assessment and that new pod, right?
Correct.
And when I was out there, are the other windows? I don't remember them being. Unless I'm thinking of something. They won't have access to see each other. That was just the ability to see the other. Okay.
Commissioner Hagan, members of the commission, when you did the tour of the original pod 1, 2, and 3, the tinted windows there, that was done by the tin shop, and that was done after construction as well. Yep.
All right, we have a first and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Now, the tin shop's quote did not require signature approval, just required email acknowledgement to hire them. If you'll approve my replying back to them for as acknowledgement to proceed. Go on. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Number 9 came out. So yeah, if anyone's been paying attention to the news, the city is last night voted to enter into a non-binding letter of an intent with Turtle Mountain Indian Tribe, and they are hoping that the county will basically support them in that mission. And then also they are looking for a kind of a county liaison, so to speak, to sit in on any negotiations, any type of meetings, things like that. So I guess since my name came up in that particular context, I'll make a quick motion that Grand Forks County supports Grand Forks City in pursuing their non-binding letter of intent, and that I myself acts as the county commission liaison for the project.
Second.
Any other questions?
I do have a question. This is land that the tribal community purchased, and it's located in the county, correct? So I'm a little confused why the city is getting involved when it's county land.
They're gonna annex
In
it,
the 2 mile.
Yeah,
and it's out for tomorrow.
It's extraterritorial.
ET.
And they, and it really, to be honest with you, if you think about like what they can offer from an infrastructure standpoint versus what we could, probably makes all the sense in the world. It's their project. We don't have the wastewater type of structure. Audible, and they're paying for all of it, and they're willing to pay, well, at least so far. So the letter of intent will hash out, but at least so far, it sounds like verbally they're willing to pay 100% of what the property taxes would be if they were a taxable entity.
But they aren't a taxable.
Right, so they're
They're a tribal community.
so they're willing to pay what they would be if they weren't.
Yeah, which is what, 2.5 million?
I forget exactly what the total was, but it was not nothing. Is that what it was?
But I mean, since it's a tribe, they don't pay taxes.
Well,
So, I mean, they can say 2.5 million, whatever, but you know what? They're a tribe. They don't pay taxes. It's like state government and.
But they had made verbal commitment that they would, in lieu of paying the taxes, they would pay that amount to the city, which in turn said that they would
it's up exactly the same way.
to the county.
Economic development.
Yeah,
I get
more
it.
money.
I get
I
it.
think it's wise for us to have a seat at the table. At any way you shake it, I think it's probably a good idea for us to at least be represented there. So I guess that's my motion, if you're comfortable with me doing it, or if somebody else would rather do it. Doesn't much matter to me, but
I was gonna nominate him anyway. Yeah.
My only comment, I was on the city council last time this came forward, and there were 4,000 petition signatures against the casino. This is the city's baby, they can have it. I'm not gonna get involved, I've already had phone calls against it, I'm voting against it. The city wants to do it, they're gonna annex it, it's on them, let them do it, but I can just tell you, I don't know what the response will be, but if you vote yes on this tonight, you're saying the county supports it. I don't. And I think there's thousands of other people who don't support it either. And so I'm not gonna vote for it. They want it, let them take all the flack and all the glory, however it ends up. But we're not gonna be involved at all. Once they annex, I mean, we go to the meetings, we can say what we want, but we have no say in anything that's gonna happen out there. It's between them and the tribe, and we're on the side. And that's just the facts. Okay? So I'm voting no, nothing personal against the tribe, nothing personal against the city, but I don't want to be involved with this. We have no say. We have not even get a chance for the county constituents to even comment on it. We're going to vote on it tonight. They voted on it last night. It's done, and we're on the road. It's on the way.
But I believe the county is gonna be getting money, am I not?
Well, if they pay, I get that, but the issue is we've heard from none of our constituents, and it's done. The city's done. It's the only way it's going to get stopped now is if the feds or state don't sign whatever they have to sign. And there are a lot of people that don't want this, so I will speak for them. So I'm ready to vote.
All right, we're gonna do a roll call vote. to finish this off.
And that's a personal against Mr. Rustin.
Mr. Rusted, our liaison for the
Yes.
casino in the city, so Mr. Bierke.
No.
Yes.
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 And I'm also a yes. Motion passes 4-1. All right, wind turbine farm moratorium. Mr. Ford.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioner Russell. Sorry for jumping in on your casino chat there. So this is, I've talked with Commissioner Bierke about this and Mr. Magnuson as well. And I think I shared with all of you, the board, a report that was commissioned by the chamber using the state base retention grant funds that talk about encroachment. And as you know, encroachment is a concern of the Department of Defense, especially wind turbine encroachment and solar farm encroachment. I won't get into the painful details, it's in the memo. But if you recall, as a board, shortly after the Whiskey Creek application, we had concerns there with encroachment, but also some foreign ownership. And so the board put in a wind turbine moratorium until the base's designation went through and it was CPS protected. The DoD concerns about these encroachments are ramping up. And in tandem with a Senate bill that has been introduced and I wrote it down, Senate Bill 2398, which I'll talk about maybe during the legislative priorities portion. That's being introduced by Senator Jeff Barta. And that's actually a discussion that Ms. Leon and I started having with the senator again shortly after Whiskey Creek. And so after talking with Mr. Magnuson and Commissioner Bierke, recommending a wind farm moratorium for 180 days for a couple of reasons. One, to see if Senate Bill 2398 passes. And essentially what that, I should explain to you what that bill does so you have an idea. It would establish a state commission, members are appointed by the governor, and it would establish some setback requirements. So it protects military installations. Okay, so Grand Forks Air Force Base, Minot Air Force Base, 119th in Fargo, Camp Grafton, the Camp Grafton training range. So for Minot and Grand Forks, it'd be a 25-mile radius that you cannot have a wind turbine farm within 25 miles of those installations. So staff recommending this 180-day moratorium to see what happens with Senate Bill 2398. And I'm going to ask during the legislative portion that we support Senator Barta's bill as well, because it's a base retention issue. But also, Ms. Leon just had a meeting with DOD reps again about the compatible use study, and we're going to go for that. This will help with encroachment, not just with wind turbines, but air and spectrum. So moratorium would buy us some time to see what happens with the bill and our compatible use study.
Second.
All right, we were first and second for 180-day moratorium on this wind turbine.
Be okay with 180 years.
180 years, I'm gonna stick to the days. All right, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Solar panels.
Yes, without regurgitating, pretty much the same thing.
All right, since we're not gonna let Mr. Ford speak on that.
180 days, please.
180 days, solar panel moratorium. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. County employees sick vacation time donation policy. Seems like
I can kick it off. Yeah, it brought to my attention that we do things a little bit unorthodox, in my opinion, compared to what I've seen in the private sector when it comes to donation of a sick day or a vacation day to a colleague, so to speak. Instead, they go to a pool, and that's determined by HR. Who gets those? And this isn't like this big groundbreaking, thing, but in my opinion, that would probably lessen the likelihood of somebody actually donating the days, because you don't even know if they're going to somebody you even know or not. And so I personally would prefer that we went back to where you can donate to a colleague of your choosing, because it's your day to donate. And I guess that would be the end of that deal. To me, it just makes common sense. If you're giving to a charity, you probably want to know that charity stands for what you want to donate to.
Chair Hagan and Commissioners, I did put together information that was in your packet. One of the pieces that I'd like to share, because I'm not going to go through reading the whole thing. One of the pieces I'd like to share with Commissioner Rusted is we actually have quite a bit of money in those two buckets, one for the zone and one for the other county employees. So having people not donate has not been an issue. Periodically, we have more donations than other times. The biggest pieces with direct donation that's different than having the donated leave bank. One is the taxing, because if I directly donate to Commissioner Rusted, we both have to get taxed. That's the IRS regulation. There is not a way around that. The other piece is this, when this came up, we kind of had some of the reverse. We had people who were requesting donations where no one was donating. And it became a big issue. And it made it very difficult because then you're explaining to someone who's saying, I'm in need, that unfortunately no one has donated. So I just kind of wanted to share those two pieces. When we put this together, we met with the department heads, certain things we discussed as a group. There are some alternatives that you might want to consider if you wanted to make some changes to our current donation process. Right now, you have to be an employee for 6 months before you can participate. That's the same way that it was when it was direct donation. The commission could request that we look at making that a shorter period of time if you're interested. Also, there's a cap of 160 hours. That was came from a consensus when we had the discussion with the department heads back in 2017 or 2018. I don't remember exactly when. But that could also be changed if you felt that kind of need. There are definitely benefits to both. The biggest thing that from my position is that taxation piece of it. And the fact that when you put it in a pool, you're converting the hours to dollars. So if I'm a $20 an hour person and a $30 an hour person is getting the leave donated, in the past, you were donating it at 20 and paying it out at 30. When you put it in a pool, it's dollar for dollar. And also by having it in the pool, then when people make their requests, if they have to meet the criteria, and if they meet the criteria, then they get the amount of money as they use it. In the direct donation policy, if someone donates 200 hours, like combination of people, it goes in your bank, now it's yours. If you don't use it all, it's still yours. So those are just things to think about. So I'm open to any other questions. If you want any changes made, that's something else.
I guess with the pool where it goes directly to an individual, I would be concerned, are we violating some HIPAA rules? Because it's like, what if people are, I'm sick, I need, but I don't want people around the county sharing what they need it for. I mean, we have a pool too. It goes into the pool, HR and a committee deals with it. I don't want to deal with the taxes, have employees that are needing the money getting taxed, because that's why they're going to that thing, is because maybe they've got cancer, or they've got something. But I think that the way we have it is fine. We've got a limit of 180 hours, 160. Yeah, I don't want to go down that road. If we want to look at policy stuff, that could be in another meeting, but I don't think we need to change the way the donation works. I don't want
in the past, when it was a direct donation, there were emails that went out saying so-and-so was in need of. So,
and I don't think that's just necessary. I mean, I don't want to share, they don't need to know why.
For someone to donate, so under current policy, it says must have 480 hours of sick leave and 80 hours of vacation left in their balances after donation. So that's the person. So.
And that was put in place because we didn't want someone to drain their whole bank, donating to this pool, and then have to come back and make a request later. And the 480 hours was based on a typical FMLA. If you were out for the 12 weeks.
Madam Chair, going back to what Ms. Beal said, I think some concerns revolve around the 6-month waiting, or you have to be employed for 6 months. So the commission even tonight could change that to say 3 months or 2 months.
To donate or to get the funding?
I was thinking thinking 90 days. That's
Yeah,
the first
so
number that came to
currently you
mind.
have to be actively employed for 6 months. You can shorten that up to 90 days or any other number that you like.
I think that's been one of the biggest or loudest concerns I've heard is that
From those donating or those wanting to get money from the pool?
those need, that are in need, like you could start work at the county and in a month, in all of a sudden have a terrible day at a doctor's appointment. And you haven't built up enough sick time, you haven't built up enough vacation time, you're probably not even FMLA protected yet. So maybe that's a way for the commission to help ease some of those types of doctor's appointments or employees that have just started, is shorten that term where you have to be employed.
And
from
also,
6 to
and to build off of that, people who have donated to the pool or were interested in donating to the pool, I've had 2 people who said, oh, I didn't realize they had to wait for 6 months. So I think that, you know, to me, that would be something that could be an easy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about people being able to donate more quickly. On the other side though, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody, but the other side is, what if you find out you have cancer and they're like, hey, get a job at the county because 3 months in 3 months or in whatever, you can get help with getting the pool money so you can go to whatever, your cancer treatment. And I'm not trying to be negative, but there's always somebody trying to figure out
I
how to
think
be
no matter
consistent.
what you put in place, there's somebody who
Somebody's
can
gonna
figure
try
it out
it,
over
so
time.
regardless. But it's, I mean,
I got some questions. Who's on the shared use committee?
So typically what this has ended up being is every person that's been involved in this has a serious health condition that falls right under FMLA requirements, or we have enough medical documentation. So it's been handled in HR specifically.
No, who,
Yeah.
somebody, who's the committee that says yay or nay?
So we
Who's that?
had a committee
Okay,
that department heads were not 100% comfortable being part of. And so it's come internal under HR at this point. And if there's been any, and we also work with the employee directly. to
okay,
keep
so
it more
the
private.
HR is the committee. Is that 2 or 3? Two. Okay, what are you gonna do if you tie? Tie mean no? Because that's not if you have an even number of committee.
It's so cut and dried that you have to have all these medical pieces in place that.
No, I'm just saying if you, and also
It-
technically in votes, if it's a tie, it's a loss,
So
right?
I would anticipate if we ever got in that situation,
Okay.
to be very honest, we would be pulling in Mr. Ford because.
Okay.
of
Okay,
his-
I had some more questions. Why is there a limit of donation of 40 vacation hours and 20 sick leave? Say I've been here forever and I don't know how I haven't got that far.
Right.
I'll be getting back on this, but my
Yeah.
world,
That
when I
was-
left, I had over 2,000 hours of sick leave. So if I want to donate 300 hours of sick leave in my last, why can't I?
Right, and that was what was decided upon by the committee that put the policy together, and that's something that could change if you want.
Very good. I think that's low for somebody who's been here a long. I don't know. I'll get to that, how you accumulate it, but I get back a year. I mean, they took it. I mean, I ain't got nothing for it.
And there's
Well,
a certain amount
yeah,
that when
so,
you terminate employment that you can sell back.
Yeah.
You can-
no, we didn't do that. So I'm just saying that could be potentially low for some, if they had a lot, if they wanted to. I also, I don't know why we limited 160 hours.
That was also.
I think
a
also that could
consensus.
potentially be discussed, and you answered the other one about that. So I do think we should maybe look at more than 160, because 160 is a month. And if they're out, that's gonna be a fast month. On a side note, I would highly recommend for all employees to not call in sick unless you're sick, and save your sick leave, because you never know. You never know. And so that's the 2 things, let people give more, and maybe let people give more, if you want to ponder that, and over 3 months, maybe come back some other night, we could go through that, but.
Okay.
Citizen comment policy. That's one other, I'm not sure who. Is that your?
I'll move approval. I don't want you to break the rules. No, just joking. I can't clap. So, yeah, okay, I'm good. Thank you to Mr. Ford and his mom for writing that up.
When I spoke with you a little bit about this, you made a comment about relating to all residents of Grand Forks County.
Yes. One thing I thought was important for the board to consider, I'm not sure what the board's wishes were, but you'll notice in this policy, and I'm pulling it up here, the definition of public is limited to residents of the county. I'm not sure if the board wanted to limit public comments to just those that are residents, or if somebody from a neighboring county or somebody that works in the county or anything like that, if you wanted them to have an opportunity for comment under this policy, you wanted to tweak that definition.
You could have a farmer who lived in the trail, who owned land in Grand Forks, who was doing a drainage ditch, and now he's not allowed to talk. Because I can't talk at city council meetings. Although I pay sales tax, I'm going quite the speech about all the things I fund with my sales tax. But as a county resident, because I don't own land in the city, I'm not allowed to speak at their meetings. Now, sorry, city, we don't want to be like that. So how we would phrase it, to me, if somebody has business before us, I don't care where. Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah. So I'll amend my motion to approve with the removal of that line.
Second as well.
All right, do a first and a second. Not any further discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. County administrator position. That Terry's dealings too.
Okay, well, we had, the three things we talked about was A, the job description, B, contract, yea or nay, and C, either we'll vote tonight to give it to Mr. Ford, or we would vote to list the job on a job list. That were the 3 points I brought up. So under the first one, which was the department head, the issue was on the job description. The main difference was, does he supervise or not supervise department heads? That was the debate. So I know where we're at. I don't know if you guys want to discuss it. If not, I'm ready to make a motion.
We take them individually.
Yeah, because we have three. I'm not the chair. I guess you have to recognize. Ms. Nell's got a question.
Another question. I just wanted to make you aware that it will be a cost increase by doing that. And it will be more of an increase if you open it up. If you do not give it to Tom, it would be more of an increase. Just so you're aware. And also not only to Tom's position, but also Gracie's position.
Well,
That was what it said. is that
How
he
much
will
we
not
would-
have enough time to do all of it. And he will have to give some of the work, his current work to Gracie. So,
Which in turn shall lead.
well, I guess maybe I worked a job where we didn't always get pay raises just because we have more work. You just did more work. But once again, crazy,
You got paid.
crazy me.
But
Well,
you got paid with our federal tax dollars.
That is incorrect. The United States Postal Service does not take federal tax dollars. We are a quasi-government organization. We are listed in the United States Constitution. Article 1, Section 8. Anyone wants to read through that, you're going to find a lot of things in the federal government. Okay, I go on, but I'll stop. But I did not get paid with tax dollars. That's not true. I agree. There'll be a somewhat of an increase, but that'll be the debate of the contract. As far as Ms. Lean and those two working together, I've already told them I want to talk to them tonight because if this passes tonight, I got some ideas there too. So I just, I get a little kind of sometimes annoyed that if we add one thing to someone's job, now we all have to do, I want to pay people what they're worth, but we'll see how much, I'll put it that way. I guess it depends how the negotiations go. Because you know what?
If it passes.
Yeah. Because we decide. If it's a contract or not, we decide that, so.
You're talking like it's already happened.
Okay, well, that's in my mind, I know we vote, I believe I've made that clear multiple times, on multiple occasions, to multiple people. I am fully aware it takes 3 people.
Hopefully there hasn't been phone discussions to discuss this prior.
Well, you want to ask me, I'll be happy to answer that question too. Go ahead and ask me. Ask me if I've been calling around polling people. I'm
Have you
ready.
been polling commission?
Absolutely not. I have not been polling people. I'm well aware of the open meeting records and open meeting rules meetings. In fact, Ms. Wamsa, did you just not recently give me both pamphlets on that?
Thank you, Ms. Wong.
What a shocking development. All right, and I won't bother asking anybody else up here what you do. I'll worry about myself. I won't worry what you do. So back to the discussion of the supervise the department heads. That's the question. So if no one's ready, if you guys are done, I'm ready to make a motion. So I move to approve the department, the job description for this job to supervise the department heads. That's my motion. Okay.
So.
Chair Hagan and Commissioners. So Commissioner Bierke, in the packet, there were, I just want to make sure
Yeah, right
that I
here.
understand. So we have 2 job
This
descriptions.
is the one right here. This is the one I'm looking at. It's
Okay.
number, job
So-
title, comm administrator, status exempt, approved date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5X is 2019.
Okay, so there are 2 job descriptions.
Correct.
This one is a much higher graded position because it has more than just supervising of the staff. This one, which is the current job description, could be modified if the only thing you wish to change is adding supervision of department heads. This comes out, and this is where when you talk about whether or not it's a contract or a work agreement, currently these are considered classified positions because they're on our steps and grades. Our grades and steps. So currently, this is a grade 21.
Okay.
It would go up some if you add supervising all the department heads. This graded out at a 24.
So what's the
Each
difference
grade
between,
is a 6%.
what's the difference between this one and the other one besides department?
So this one, besides the department heads, it gives them much more ability to do things without needing to come before the commission.
Okay, like,
Like much more independence of negotiating and different pieces. And yeah, so this one's from 2019.
I don't, spending, I missed it. Is there anyone here that authorizes him to spend money?
So
I didn't see that.
You mean changing it?
Yeah, no, the point,
No.
I don't see anywhere
So
where it says he can just spend money without commission approval.
no, but he has more independence of action. That's the difference. And this is from 2019.
Okay, you know what, I'm okay with
This
that.
was done in
I'm tired of what I've seen here. So I'm okay with somebody taking the bull by the horn. That's okay with me.
So I just wanted clarification as to whether we were just modifying the current job description or we were looking at the one from 2019.
You know what? We're gonna get the money out of whoever gets this job, mark my words. So that's my
It's
motion.
gonna cost more money.
That, I'm okay, you know what?
You know
Okay,
what, position descriptions being written cost money. Did you know that?
I'm gonna make this perfectly clear. I am perfectly happy with my motion. I am perfectly happy. I don't need a lecture on spending money.
I'm
With
not
all due
lecturing
respect.
you on
Okay, you know what? I will find the money. Mark the tape. I will find the money. Mark the tape. I'm perfectly happy with my motion.
Commissioner Bierke,
Yeah.
just to clarify, you're making a motion to move his job title to the one that.
Yes, it's,
24.
yeah, no, it's the 5X is 2019 approved data.
That's correct.
Correct, which is a grade 24.
Okay.
Which
Well,
is a higher rate.
We don't know if he's gonna be grade 24 because we haven't voted on that yet.
You don't vote on that.
Yes, we do, because if we do a contract, it's whatever the contract says is what he gets paid. He can be grade 1,422 under that, but if it's a contract, it's what we negotiate, and he can, if it's him, he can take it or leave it. Am I right or wrong?
Maybe I could try to help.
Feel free to jump in.
So maybe the order of the motions may be more appropriately deciding if it's a contract first. Because
That's what
if
you want, I'm
the
happy.
motion for taking a contract position fails, all county positions, all county employee positions are classified on a matrix kind of system where different duties receive different amount of points. And this provides the county legal protection so that if somebody comes back later and says, I wasn't paid fairly because I'm in a protected class, then we can say, you get 4 points for this, you get 5 points for that. So here's our matrix to ensure we're treating everybody fairly. And so that provides the county legal protection if a claim like that is made. So I think the grade and step of the position is relevant should the motion for moving it to a contract position fail. Hopefully that provides
And just for the future, I don't like steps, I don't like grades, and I don't like longevity pay. In other words, you get paid because you're still breathing. That's down my list. That's on the list too. Don't know if it's gonna pass or not, but I don't like it, and I'll be bringing that up at a future date. So I'm not worried, and you got 3 people will decide, but I don't like how we do the grades, the steps. We don't do any performance reviews in this county. It's crazy.
Sheriff does. I did it. Andy does it.
In general, we don't. Am I wrong? All right, thank you. I'm correct. All right, so I will withdraw that motion. Mr. Second, would you withdraw your second? Sure. All right, so you would prefer we go the debate on the contract first?
I think that might.
Okay, that's fine with me. All right, I'm a contract guy for this position. So I would move that this position be paid under a contract.
For what period?
Forever.
Okay, I mean, it's not a yearly contract or.
Well, how, the pay raise, et cetera, that's part of the contract. That will be in there. That's part of the negotiations.
I think what he's wondering is how long would the term be on the contract before a renewal will be necessary, whether it be 1
Well,
year, 2
that's
years?
part of the negotiations. You can, every year, you can, if you want to do a CPI, or if you want to have a performance review and base, that's all part of the negotiations. That's why it's contract.
Mr. Board, did you? if you wanted to-
Well, technically, I need a second or it's going to die, and we've had our decision.
He did.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, I'm sorry, thank
Madam Chair, all I was gonna say was, maybe ask Ms. Steele to go through the 2 job descriptions, but she did that. That was all I was gonna suggest.
Sure. I have a couple comments. I have concerns at the county level of creating another level of administration, whether it's supervising the county, the department managers, or it's going to just having a contract. It's like you're giving control away because we're a commission of 5. And I find it interesting that we want to contract out a county administrator and pay more money, more benefits, have a contract, we'll figure it out. Really? I don't agree with this. Number 2, the cost of redoing the position descriptions, we already talked about that. The cost of hiring new employees, or whether they're contracted, or that costs money. That costs a lot of money. And I don't know if you have supervision skills, or if any of you have supervision skills in previous positions, but it costs money to hire people. It costs money to train people. You don't just get somebody and they hit the door running. The water board was just here and said, well, we have a new secretary that we think we're gonna hire, but we have to train them in. They can't start. That's with any position. And I'm not stating that any position can't be filled. They can all be filled. But it takes a lot of money to hire. It takes a lot of money to train them. Just advertising that position, looking for candidates. Just beyond me. The cost of training new employees, current position, right now you want to make it a contract. We have an individual that's experienced. They're already familiar and have knowledge with military, with state government, federal government, county government, and now we want to contract this out, whether it's that person or not that person. I don't think that that's somebody's with a contract responsible. Well, hey, we don't want him to do the work, so you should run the county. Really? I just don't get it. And granted, you may say you don't like what you've seen here. Where's your experience coming from? 15 years ago from the city council, correct?
No,
Would that be your experience?
Is that a question you want me to answer? Is that
Yes.
rhetorical?
That's a question.
As far as my government experience,
Yeah,
10 years on the city council, and I started, and I've been here for 2 months. I have plenty of supervisor experience. Do you want my resume of life?
no,
Okay.
but
just
10
checking.
years on the city council,
Yeah.
10 years ago, correct? A
No.
decade ago?
8 years ago was when I got off.
Okay, so almost a decade. But I
And
just,
that is relevant to what?
well, what's your experience? What's your
just told
idea?
you.
I'm a contract person. Well, maybe we should contract everything out. It'd be, millions of dollars more. It costs a lot more money. I just
So you're
don't
concerned
agree.
about money. I can't wait for the budget time. Mark the tape. You're concerned about the budget. I'm glad
We've
to
all
hear
been
it.
concerned.
I'm
about
glad
the
to hear it.
We've
You'll-
all
I
been
can't wait for your
concerned about
support.
the budget. We're mandated to do some services unless you haven't known that.
Okay, I'm-
Over 70% of our funding in this county is for staffing. That's very common in the service industry.
Thanks for your
What are
support.
we? We're in the service industry. I'm just clarifying.
Okay.
Part of your training.
I'm fortunate to sit next to
Yeah, you are. The experience, Mr. Ford has 13 years of experience in the military at the federal level. You just don't find somebody out there you want to contract with. Hey, come on to Grand Forks County, we'll hire you. I know the city does that, but I don't think that's a good decision for the county. Number 6, contracting usually costs more, you pay higher, and I'm kind of amazed that you said, well, I don't care what it costs. Really? You are the budget guy and you're like walking 2 different lines.
you. Want me to answer that?
No, I don't
Okay,
want
I
to
didn't think
answer
so.
that. I'm making a comment.
Okay.
Number 7, could this result in precedence with other employees? I'm not sure moving forward. This could result in litigation for current employees. I don't know the answer to that, but it could result in some litigation. I already said over 70% of the budget. And we just talked about the city board with relationships. We've got somebody who's been here for 13 years and has relationships with the city, with the county, with the federal government, with the Air Force, with the UAS systems. There's a lot of experience that walks out the door. I don't care if it's a contract, but we're just like here. We don't want to do this job anymore here. We'll contract out. Oh, and by the way, you're going to manage all of the county managers, because then you can deal with it. What you don't like, maybe you haven't been here long enough. I can't state that, but I don't know what your experience is besides the county or the city, which contracts a lot of positions. And here at the county, we contract positions for second party things, but I don't want to see a contract for a second party running our county as an administrator.
As a point of clarification, I don't believe that we're contracting out for a different employee, we're just contracting Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford.
Well, I don't agree with contracting. It's gonna cost more money.
Just wanted to make sure I was on the same page. Christine, you said you had a comment, I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to give a little bit of information regarding I actually have a copy from the city of their agreement for employment at will. So when we talk about an employment contract, there's different things. You can be a contracted employee that's on a 1099, you're not paid under a W-2. Typically, that's an independent contractor for a specific project. The city is different than the county because the city has a civil service commission. And so they have a whole level where it's not employment at will. At the county, we are all employed at will. We got rid of the grievance policy in 2020.
Last year.
Yeah,
23.
23. Yeah. So we're all at will, which to your point, Commissioner Bierke, you can terminate any employee at will for any reason, preferably on my side of the world, not for anything that could be considered discriminatory or harassing. So I just wanted people to be aware that the positions at the city are different than the positions at the county. I had an extensive conversation with the person at ND PERS asking if we move this position to, at first I was utilizing the terminology contract, and then I got an education that there's a difference between an employment agreement and a contract. So whether you did a true contract or whether you did an agreement, if someone was a 1099 employee, they can't participate in PERS. But if you just changed the wording and made it an employment agreement, if you make any changes to that person's job, let's say 2 years down the road, you want it to look different, you have to rewrite a new agreement. So I just want you to be aware that it's not the same with PERS as far as how they define employees. So all of our positions here are classified positions. If you choose to move this to a non-classified position under an employment agreement, then we also would have to update some other policies to make sure that they jive. So that's where I was going with that. And if you have any other questions, please let me know.
I just, whether it's an employment agreement and then we have to start looking at policies, all of those changes cost money. I'm not saying that this is a perfect county, but if it's not broken, why are we fixing it?
I think from my standpoint, I think it would be very beneficial to us to have that particular position have the same type of strength, same tools in the tool belt, and the same high stakes as what our friends in the city do. So right now, I've kind of made this comparison in the past, and I'll say it for this board. It's kind of like hiring an electrician and sending him out there without a wire stripper or a screwdriver. He doesn't exactly have the same authority or ability. Not ability, that's the wrong word, sorry, Mr. Ford. The same authority or tools to properly, in my opinion at least, to run the county the way that he could if he had that same authority. This was basically before us. It was like Kimberly and I, like second or third meeting or something. This was before us in the past. And I wasn't like comfortable with it because I hadn't even worked with Mr. Ford at the time. But now, 2 years down the road or whatever, a lot has changed. And so I think that when you talk about contracting, it almost sounds like you're thinking we're going to go like external and like hire some like third party outfit.
That's been talked about, going external.
Oh, well, not to me anyways, but I don't know that was the intention of promotion. It's not.
Actually, it's a three-part.
Three-part motion, this is number one, which is contract only.
So I don't know that it's as dire as maybe they're thinking.
I would just appreciate the fact of, would we look at the pros and the cons? I don't know what tools in the tool belt. I don't know what the differences would be, but I like to see the pros and the cons. Not just, hey, this is a great idea, let's go with it. I just think if we go too quickly, and I know we're always pushing things, and I'm not kicking the can down the road, but I would appreciate looking at some pros and cons and really having a full understanding of what the difference would be of an agreement, staffing agreement, whatever the word is, and an employee. And how much is that gonna cost when we start looking at the contract? Are we gonna have to pay all the benefits for that particular position? Are we gonna have to look at new retirement programs? I don't know, but I would like to see the pros and the cons instead of, yeah, that's a great idea, let's go for that. Because I think it could pan back to bite us. And I know the city does it. I don't know what's in their tool belt. I guess I'd have to talk to some individuals and find out what's in their tool belt.
All right, there's a motion still on the floor. Is there any further discussion on this? We have a motion and a second, yeah. All right, let's vote. All those in favor of the motion
Might as well roll call.
of the
Roll call.
contract, correct,
Right.
doing reading of the contract. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Beard.
Aye.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Motion approved 4-1. What's your second motion?
Okay, second one, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to clarify the first motion, I imagine you would like to designate a group to begin negotiations for the terms of the contract.
I would assume, and I feel like, yeah.
You want that now? A motion now?
Well, I guess I'm just kind of thinking ahead. I suspect I may be tasked with drafting an agreement, and I may need some guidance. I'm not sure if the board's intent is to base it off the job description, or if, as Mr. Rusted had pointed to, maybe there's additional authorities you want in the employment contract as to what those additional authorities might be beyond what the current job description is. And so I'm not sure if you want a working group designated to this, or if Mr. Ford and I should discuss this and bring it back to the board, or how you kind of like to move forward with those items.
Madam Chair? No, I'm asking, what do you,
I think it would be fine to have a negotiating team, because I feel like this is the beginning of maybe more. So I think having a committee would be fair. Cool. Would you like to be on it?
well, I'll do it, I'm just saying that's kind of up to you, right, to,
That's why I'm asking.
oh yeah, no, I'll be happy to do it.
I would like to be on it.
So am I able to negotiate?
I would assume so.
So I guess the board just made the contract as of.
No, you're not contract yet, because we haven't finished the motions.
But the
And-
term was contract, correct?
We have, but we haven't, we're just saying, as we go through these motions, this person's gonna be whatever phrase, contract, employee agreement, whatever lingo you want, I'm fine with that. But we haven't got that far yet, because you can't be on a contract because we don't have a contract to offer you. So I think I would hope common sense, but if I have to make some other motion, I'll be happy with that this doesn't apply till we have a contract to offer whoever it might be that would get this job. Because we haven't got the part about, is it stay in-house or are we gonna advertise? So we don't know that, we're headed that way, but you see my point, we don't, so no, you're not a contract now because we don't have a contract. So do I need to make a motion saying that Mr. Ford stays in the position as is until this is resolved? Because if that's what you want, that's what I'll do.
Well, why would we have to make a motion?
I don't think we should.
understand.
I don't think we should, so I'm
He's
just,
already in that position.
correct. I agree. That's why I don't think we have to. We're gonna go motion mania here already.
I'll just say one quick thing, and whatever the commission does, that you'll do. But it's a work agreement, whatever the commission decides. But I'll caution, because I've known this discussion's coming. Essentially, if you put the county administrator on contract or work agreement, wherever you want, technically that administrator only has to do what's in the agreement. Right,
Well-
only responsible for what's in the agreement.
Well, I'll
I'm
say
just-
this, under any duties assigned, well, I'm just
Can't
telling you right
do that
now,
anymore.
if I got somebody saying that to me, strike one.
You can't do that.
I just did it. I can go to strike two if you want. Don't, the job description, I'm not gonna have somebody in this position who's gonna quibble over their job. This is the #1 job in the county, and if we're gonna have to write down a 7,000-page document to get somebody to do their job, I'll go on to the next person. I just, you do what you want.
Legally, you can't expect anybody to do anything above what the agreement is. You can't put other duties as a fund.
Says who? Says her. Ms. Wamstead, can we put a clause in there, however we phrase it, that additional duties as they come forward will be whatever?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Mayor, team members of the board, I have not researched that issue. I certainly can.
Okay, we'll research it. But I'm just saying, I'm not gonna get into this position, we're gonna fight over it. And if he gets it, he gets it, but then, I'm just telling you, won't be a happy camper. If we have to quibble over every job decision we gotta make and everything we asked them to do. Crying out loud, it's a 6-figure job. Massive 6-figure job. I'm ready for the next one. Oh, you wanna do the committee, however you wanna do that.
So distribute to you, Mr. Ford and Haley. Does that seem reasonable?
Probably HR
I
should
don't
be
know that
involved.
the person in the job should be part of a
Conflict of interest.
determining a contract. I mean, you usually typically lay out the
We would bring the
parameters,
contract and
then
he
you
would
enter
negotiate.
into negotiation.
Right, so we should bring a contract, then he gets to look at it, then he comes back and
Sorry,
negotiates.
I misunderstood that. So we're doing that and then bringing it to Mr. Ford for negotiation. Is that my understanding? Correct? Okay. So then Ms. Theo would, I would assume, would be a part of that committee. So Michelle, Terry, Cindy, Haley. Gotta get down. You have another motion you wanted to.
Right, the second one, first of its contract. Going out of order here, just a second. Oh, and then it was the job description. So the job, as we negotiate this job description, that could change as part of that also, though.
Right.
So really, what I want to get across is, I guess there's one point out of this. To be included in the, I'll move to be included in the contracts is that this position will supervise department heads. Because that's been the debate. So that's my motion.
Second.
Any other discussion? Motion?
I guess I'd have concern about one individual overseeing so many different departments where there's a lot of different levels or a lot of different expectations from the various department heads. That would be my concern. I don't know if it should be one person. Are we saying department heads need some leadership? I mean, we have a department committee that comes together. Are we stating that we don't trust them, or we don't think they're doing their job, or we don't think they're saving enough money? We have a direct connection as a commission with the contract heads. I don't think it's been an issue because we have a portfolio. In our portfolio, we report what's going on. We work with those individuals. So we could have a portfolio, but it's not going to mean anything because whoever has that position is going to be the supervisor.
I think that the commission is still gonna be the oversight of.
Yeah, of a contract or of a agreement, but not an employee.
Well, I'm gonna throw it all out tonight. Not a big fan of the portfolio system either, because I think in the portfolios, you've got commissioners who are more concerned about their portfolio than how it affects the entire county as decisions are made. So I have no problem at all putting someone in charge. And it's not like they're gonna be down there and, hey, this house should be assessed an extra $3,000 or this or that. They're not gonna be micromanaging like that. It's just the communication. You want the example? The legislative priorities. We're talking septic systems. Under no fault of his own, and I told him this, Mr. Maxon didn't know that we were gonna talk about septic systems. That shouldn't happen. Someone should have told him. The thing said legislative priorities. How would he know it's about a septic system? This position should be going through that packet on that Thursday, Friday, whenever it's done, and just doing some follow-up, making sure we got all our ducks lined up with all our people who need to be here and talk. That's just one example. So no, I have no problem with this. Everyone answers to someone. I've talked about, I don't see the department heads that are afraid that he's gonna, whoever it is, you're gonna be in there telling them all micromanage. I don't think it's gonna happen. I have no concern whatsoever that this is a supervisory position. And as far as, like I said, the portfolios, I got involved at the very beginning in the HR decision. What am I involved for? That decision should have been handled by staff. My job is to set policy, not to make decisions for the staff. I'm here to set policy, and then they carry the decision, and it'll be that person's job to implement the policies as they go forward, and then report back to us what's going on.
To implement the policies, but what about the budget? If they supervise those managers, can't they tell them, no, you can't have this? I mean, they're a supervisor.
Once the budget is passed, that's the budget. That person's job will be, as we go through the budget process, to make their recommendations. If they disagree with the department head, they'll go talk to them in private. Then if they don't get it resolved, then we'll have a debate at the commission level among the commissioners when we do the budget. This department head wants this. This person thinks we could do it this way, and then we'll vote.
And then when we have the budget meetings, the program managers come to the budget meeting with their budget, and then we talk about the budget. So now we're gonna expect somebody who's a supervisor to know everything about every program.
Not everything about every program, but they should have an overall general knowledge of the budget. Yes, they should have that. They should.
Because most of the time, they wouldn't be able to answer all the questions.
They might be able to answer something specific, but they should have an overall knowledge of what's going on in this county. Yes, that's what I want that position to do. Yes, I'm all for that. All for it.
It's gonna cost more money. And I know you're gonna find millions and save millions, but it's gonna cost more money.
I don't disagree it's gonna cost money. I believe we've wasted more money because we have not had a position like this over the years. That's one of the reasons I'm for it. Because we have not had due diligence on how money is spent. And by the way, that's not a reflection on Ms. Nelson. Because the commission spends the money. So not a reflection on her. So I hope you know that.
We've been talking a lot. Do we have a motion? I'm sorry, I'm trying to. Right, pay attention and keep up. Okay,
The motion I seconded.
and you had a second. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Yeah, the roll call.
We're gonna do roll call. Thanks, Bob, for keeping me on task. Mr. Beasley?
Aye.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm also yes. Motion passes 4-1.
And the last debate is, do we offer this job once the contract is completed? Do we offer the job to Mr. Ford, or do we advertise it, put it out for whomever to apply? That's the debate. That's the question.
So we make the motion, we offer it to Mr. Ford.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Okay, so when I vote no, nothing personal, Mr. Ford, if you were my brother, I'd vote against this motion. I'm ready to vote.
Do you want to call vote again? Mr. Beasley?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Not that hard. And I believe that's it. Just a point, Ms. Wamsit, are you going to be in charge of gathering us all together? Okay, thank you.
Home Rule Charter Amendment. Mr. Vicky, your office.
All right, this is where the legalese comes in, so I'm gonna speak English, and then Ms. Wamsit might have to interpret. Put it in her words. Oh, should we take a 5-minute recess?
I would love one.
Okay, okay. Yes.
Ready to go?
All right, under the home rule charter, looking through the notes here, we have different levies, some are by vote, some are by resolution, some are involved in the state. I do know on a side note that I saw there was a bill, I can't remember the number, Mr. Ford, there's a bill attempting to take even more authority away from home rule cities and counties. So I don't know if we'll even get this done if they take away our authority. But what I'm trying to do out of this is if we go through this is make it so like you have maximum levies, you got somewhere there's votes. If we could have some type of ballot language, if we can do, and I don't know if we can, that's why I'm asking those two. If we could write something that we could make it more flexible. So let's just say, hypothetical, we collect 90 mills and we could spend the 90 mills however we want. So then we could ebb and flow. So like I said, the jail needs an extra X amount of money this year. We could funnel that to that. The next year they go back to normal. Then the sheriff, so we can just bounce this money around instead of having, we can only do this. In fact, there's 2 areas right now where they're guaranteed a raise every year. So we could cut the budget of every department. And then these 2 areas in the budget, they have to get a raise because it's in here the way it's written on the vote. So how would that look where you two entities get raises while we're trying to save money by cutting over here? And there's nothing we can do about it. So I don't know, Ms. Nelson or Ms. Wamstead, whatever you got to say is, but I'm just assuming if we can do it, it requires some kind of ballot language and you two would be in charge of doing that.
Chair, Commissioner Butte, members of the board. Short answer, yes, that's what is required. Just to briefly summarize the state of the law, with a home rule county, we have the power to levy and collect proper, or a home rule county, maybe, rather than we. A home rule county would have the power to levy and collect property taxes and special assessments and to establish debt and mill levy limitations under the authority of home rule. With that said, when this county had on the ballot the home rule charter, the charter in Article 8 provided that we will follow the financial procedures outlined in the North Dakota Century Code. So basically, the intent of the Charter Commission and the Board of Commissioners at that time was that they didn't want to change the way taxation and levies and whatnot were assessed from as they were currently in the Century Code. So if the board wished to increase levy limitations or change them in any way, that would have to be an amendment to the home rule charter. I think I'm not entirely sure if I'm understanding your request correctly, but I think maybe what you're requesting is the ability to commingle funds between special levies and the general fund. So like those departments you referenced, the sheriff, the jail, I believe our general fund department. So I think what you're saying is if we hit that cap of 60 mills, you're hoping to maybe borrow some funds, so to say, from a special levy to increase what we could spend in the general fund cap. Am I understanding you
First of all,
correctly?
do we have to amend the home rule charter language before we could vote on if we wanted to change things? Do we have to have 2 votes or just one? One, okay.
Or the people, or
Yeah, to the people, not us.
Right.
Okay, I know, that's what, yeah. So yes, I wanted, and I don't know the lingo. What I think we should do is the mills, we can spend them however we want. We don't have to, like there's a limit here, a limit there, a vote here, vote there, all that is eliminated. And so whatever mills we collect, the commission could spend them as they see fit. However you would put that in Lawyer Reed's.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, Commissioner Bierke, the levy amounts are up to the board. Whether you're talking a special levy or, and I lean on Ms. Nelson, because she knows the levies far better than I do. I think there's maximum levies, but I don't know if there's a minimum that were mandated on any of the special levies.
We have
So,
2 votes though, that mandating levies.
right.
Senior center and ambulance service, and they're
That were
mandated.
voted.
Yes, I'm saying, I know,
Voted on.
I know, so I want to attempt to unvote those.
Oh. Oh, those,
Well, no, not us, I mean, to vote of the people,
yeah.
to repeal them, as I'm saying.
Separate motion, separate from rule.
Okay, so do we have the authority then, under the way it's written now? Do we have to have 2 votes then? A vote to amend the home rule charter and a vote to repeal those 2 votes?
It depends on what you want to do. If you want to increase your maximum 60 mils in the general fund, yes, that would need to be a home rule charter. You want to undo those matters that the voters previously voted on, then that would be a separate from the home rule charter.
Okay,
And I don't know if the commission has the authority to put that question on the ballot. Do you think it would have to come from a petition from the citizens saying?
well, how to get on the ballot to double it?
So now you would.
Both those?
Yeah.
Okay, can you research that to see if we need petition signatures and how many we need? Okay, so on the, like, isn't there a limit on the, your bonds you're paying for these different building projects? Is there a limit on there too? Okay, so my question is, can we take away all of, however you have to write it, take all that away? This is the language. Okay, so that's what you'd be on there. And then the second thing would be discussion on those, the 2 that are, and the state thing, these different boards, these are all up to whatever their number is. You know, like we'll just go weed control, maximum levy 4. So what that means is up to, right? So a penny is up to 4 mils. I'm not saying, so we could give them whatever we want. Up to 4 mils, okay. So let me look at this here. Can I look at this real quick? I just saw, okay. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, so we put this on the ballot. If it passes, then we can move the money around among all the different areas. And we won't have to worry about all that stuff. Okay, and then the second vote, you would find out about that, about those 2. Okay, so, I'm not gonna make a motion on this tonight because no one's had time to read it and study it. So, could we put this on the agenda for the next time?
Yeah.
This language? And the reason I want to do this now is because we want to have it so she can put it on the ballot. It has to be done by March 31st, whatever, you know, April 7th,
If you want to have
the June election. I want to try and get it on the normal, although it's an off year, the normal day, so people know it feel more like a normal election, not trying to sneak anything by them. So then we could have, that way, if it passed, it would affect the budget we're still working on for 2026. If we wait, then it would delay the budget because we approve the budget, then it's delayed. So that's why we're trying like to get this done for a June vote. And then it would affect that budget if it passed. Okay, so I'm good with putting this on there, and then you're gonna research and you can put that as agenda item 2, what can or can't be done. Okay?
Part of my concern is that we don't tend to see good numbers for voting during the June primary as compared to when we have it in November. So I guess, you know, you're so worried about county representation, but if a example, maybe I don't know, 6,000-7,000 people maybe vote for the June primary in the county and maybe 30,000 or 28,000 vote during the general election. So I guess I would be concerned, not that this proposal goes out, but concerned that we want to hear from the people. And many people don't vote during June.
Well, this is an off year, so they wouldn't vote in November either. Either way, it's a special election. So if you want to wait for that, now we're talking 2 years down the road. I don't want to wait.
And also, what would it cost for the special election? What's the cost? Because that costs
Well,
money
we
too.
have to talk about how we do this. I would say one polling site.
Yeah.
Everyone that votes at the LRS center. And do it by paper, not by computer. Money that way. Get that for that. I'd like to wait till the 26th in June. Love the idea. All for it. But not really. Would be less money, a lot of work for the next year. And I'll show you where we're at. When we get to 16C.
Just so you know, if we wait, we lost a year of a budget ability.
Okay, let's talk about that at 16C.
Okay.
We exhausted the home rule charter amendment discussion.
Yes, I had no intention to vote tonight on it.
Okay, moving on to 16. Mr. Ford.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So quick update on the lease of the new pod / youth assessment center with the state of North Dakota. So on Friday, Commissioner of Recovery and Reentry, Jonathan Holt, North Dakota Chief Operations Officer, Al Dorman, myself, Ms. Wamstad, Mr. Burkholder, Ms. Spain, we all met at the correctional center. I took a tour of the new facility. So the expansion and the YAC itself. Afterwards, there was some good back and forth discussions among myself, Ms. Wamstad, Mr. Dorman, and Commissioner Holt. They did state that what they would want to do with the YAC space would pose some problems and some challenges. And with that, more discussion ensued. The state does have a sense of urgency as well as in discussions with legislative leadership. The legislative leadership wants to see some kind of commitment between the county and the state. So if there isn't one, I don't think the 16.5 million might make it through the appropriations process. But again, their urgency, not necessarily the county's urgency. The state did provide some terms to Ms. Wamstad and me. And I have since talked with Mr. Dorman and offered some different terms. I would prefer not to discuss those terms in open meeting, and I've discussed this with Wamstad and maybe at some point, and I know Chair Hagan's going to bring this up later, but at some point in a different meeting, we could go into an executive session where we could discuss those terms. But I can say, as of this morning, they would see taking the YAC and remodeling it very challenging. So it's been good discussions.
So you say they're leaning towards just, if they would do anything, it'd be the jail site only?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I can do, yes, ma'am. And so actually there's Senate Bill 2149. I've asked Ms. Leon to actually brief the board on that. And while she does that, I'm gonna hand out Senate Bill 2398, which is the encroachment piece.
Chair Hagan, members of the commission. So I think you're all aware of the Twining School building project that came about because back in the 2010s, the Department of Defense went around and looked at public schools on military installations. as they were in disarray. Those schools on Air Force bases, they do not have the taxing capability, funding ability to build new schools and to do a lot of the repairs that are needed to do upkeep. And so they went around and they toured schools in need and they ranked them on a list of priority, most need right now, and then made a goal of addressing 10 each year through a federal grant program. So as you all know, Twining was up on that list, and so they've had the opportunity to put together a proposal to tear down that school and build new, which is the preference of this agency because they want this to be a long-lasting solution for students. What Bill SB 2149 would do is allow Twining school, school that is not necessarily a public institution within the county, but on federal land, to apply for their school construction assistance revolving loan fund so that they can meet the federal 20% match on this project. I know that puts them at about a 2% loan through the Bank of North Dakota, and it has already passed this particular bill through the Senate Appropriations, Senate Education Committee. It's not need to go to appropriations, the dollars are there with the Bank of North Dakota. This is just amending century code so that Twining School District, they can apply, or school district, I believe it's number 140. And then it also passed the Senate floor, I believe it was just on Monday, unanimously with just one abstention because they were not present. Next steps are crossover. It will go to the House Education Committee, I believe, and then it will go to the House floor. And has been amended with a clause that would allow it to go into effect immediately. So kind of an emergency amendment. That way the school district doesn't miss the boat on applying because funds need to be applied for by, I believe, April 1. And so it's getting a lot of support from the community. I believe that the bill itself was put forward by local legislators. And it's just really, it's making the project affordable for the school district. They have the dollars aligned for that 20% match. And so we're just asking for the commission support so the county can provide testing.
Questions from you?
Nope. I make a motion to approve support of that bill.
I would second.
All those in favor of the motion to support SB 2149? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Leon. Madam Chair, Commissioners. Before I talk about Senate Bill 2398, I'll offer my apologies to the Commission about my comments on the contract. It came out not as intended. I apologize, and I hope you all know I'll always go above and beyond in what you asked of me, but I do apologize to the board as it didn't come out right. Senate Bill 2398, that has to do with the establishment of Military Compatibility Commission. So that's the bill I spoke of earlier when we were talking wind turbine encroachment. It's been introduced. It's been assigned to the Veterans Affairs Committee. This is a bill that we've been working on with Mr. Barger for some time since Whiskey Creek. It would establish a 25-mile radius around Grand Forks Air Force Base, which would mitigate some DoD concerns. So pending any questions about the bill, I would ask that the commission approve Senate Bill 2398 as a county legislative priority as well. We support it.
I would move approval.
Second.
The first and second, move approval of the support of the bill. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
That's all I have.
I do.
So, Madam Chair asked me last Monday to put together a general fund forecast. And so I put that together, and the first page that I handed out, we'll go through that first. So it's years 2017 through 2030. Got the total budgeted revenue and cash. Start off $21,035,025 was our budgeted revenue and cash in 2017. Of that, the budgeted property tax was 13 million, and the other revenue was about 7 million. And cash in that year, we used 648 in our budget. So then what I did was I looked at the years 2018 through 2024, and I got our actual revenue. So everything other than the property tax. And I looked at the average of those 7 years, dropping the high and the low, and I used the 5 years to project what we're gonna get the next 5 years. So we get a 2.08% on average in revenue increase each year. Not a lot in our other revenue. So our budgeted cash that we included in our budget in 2017, like I said, was 648,000. In 2025, it was $4.6 million we used. Our budgeted expenditures in 2017 was 21,000, down to 32,000 in 2025. There again, I took our actual from 2018 to 2024, and I looked at those 7 years, dropping the high and the low, and I got our increase, our average increase of 5.7% in expenses. The next column is the net levy. That we levied 13 million in 2017, and we're at 19 million in 2025. You see where our mills were in 2017? 47.31 for the general fund. In 2025, they were 48.31. That's 1 mil difference. Not a big difference. And then what I did for the remaining years there, I looked at the taxable value, and I looked at the average value increase. So if you look at 2018, we were at 4.35. In 2025, we're at 5.41. There again, dropping the high and the low of those 7 years, I got the average 3.88% valuation increase is what we see each year. So based on that, you can see what our projected mills are going to go. If our revenues are going to be average, our expenditures are going to be average, our valuation is going to be average, that's where our mills are going to go. We are limited to 60 mills. In 2030, we'll be at 59.89. That includes using $10 million in cash over the next 5 years. So if anything, if we get more revenue than we anticipated, we don't spend as much money, or the valuation increases, it will be better. Will it? I don't know. And then you can see on the bottom there, I've got the cash listed. In 2017, we had 16 million. In 2024, we have 19 million. And then you can see how the cash is going to drop over the next 5 years to 2030, down to 4 million. And the percent there is the cash divided by the expenditures, and that's where we're at. And 10% is low to have on hand. Then the next sheet that I passed out was the capital projects levy. That is, we're limited to 10 mills. We're paying for a bond project. We're paying for $15 million on that correctional center YAC project to save money. We're saving $6 million by taking out that Bank of North Dakota loan. And then we have $5 million on the dome, and then the sheriff's building. And one thing I did mention on my general fund projection, I've got $1 million in 2025 that's not budgeted that will go to the sheriff's building. And then in 2026, we'll have a full year of the correctional center staff, and that's all included in my estimates here. So back to the capital projects levy, we started off at just under 7 mills. Last year, we're at 7.71. Our current levy is 7.71. The following year, we're going to go up to 9.76. That's when we're going to take on the sheriff's building. And it will, so it'll be below 10 mills. And in 2030, it will be 7.71. at some point, if we're allowed, we could possibly buy the building that we're leasing for the sheriff. But right now, it's just the lease payment and and property tax that we'll have to pay in the building that we're using and we don't know. So that's where we're at with the general fund. And that's why, you know, in the next 5 years, we'd still be under that 60 mils. And that's why I'm thinking maybe wait on the vote till June 2026.
I think, Madam Chair, I think it's good to remember too, that when you went over the numbers last meeting or the meeting before, that, there was $1 million that was not spent in the budget in 20.
But that's all figured out in
You're
here.
right,
I
okay,
That's
good.
all in, taken into account. Yeah.
I have a question. On the increase under the, you said valuation, does that valuation include valuation increase and new growth or just valuation? Okay, thank you.
So if it was just new growth, it would be substantially less.
Yeah, maybe we should quit voting to let all this stuff get built, not pay property taxes for 20 years. Hint. If you know, I'm gonna be voting on anything come for the next 4 years about that.
So I have this as a spreadsheet, and as you change, like, oh, we're gonna get $500,000 in revenue from holding additional prisoners that we didn't anticipate before. You could change this and see how it changes.
I had some other things that I wanted to make comments on, potentially looking at the budget, given our decisions with the jail. But because some new information came to light over the weekend, I'm just gonna put a pin in it until those decisions are potentially made, so.
So that was the contract?
Yes.
You're gonna wait for that?
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
It's like just a new point.
Okay, just wanna make sure. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, so that's why it was in there, but I'm not even gonna discuss it if we aren't even gonna entertain it. All right, state's attorney. Mr. Vicky.
Shocking, I have a few. Didn't go to any meet, well, I had lots of meetings, but none of the official meetings I need to report back on. I have a couple items I want to bring up. For the 218, just I want to follow up. Both of you are going to be gone. Are you gonna Zoom call in, whatever, with one of you, something comes up?
If you need me here, I'll be here.
Okay, somebody of you two should be, because you never know. Right? So somebody should be there, okay. On the 218 meeting, I've requested Mr. West and his staff in conjunction with the sheriff to do an evaluation of Old Highway 81 from the Grand Forks city limits to Thompson. It's a old state highway. It's currently 55. I'd love to see it 65. So I'm asking, he's gonna evaluate that miles per hour. Because he's gonna evaluate that, like I said, in conjunction with the sheriff, and come back with a report to look at that. If it might have to wait if we have to put new posts in the ground, et cetera, but he'll go through all that in 2 weeks. On the, okay, I was gonna bring up the thing about at some point, we gotta go executive session, but you got that covered. We know we're gonna go down that road.
Was it 60 or 65?
65, but it could be, I mean, 60 turns out, whatever. It's an old state highway and it's got full shoulders on both sides.
So, Mr. West, correct me if I'm wrong. Because we are home rule, we can change speed limit signs without going through DOT, right?
I don't think either way, we would need to go through the DOT.
I thought home rule took care of it where we didn't have to do that.
I don't think that's correct.
We can make our own.
This commission has the right to set any speed limit, however, is my understanding. I mean, Century Code sets maximums, 2-lane paved roads, 65, gravel, 55. Anything that or less we could do.
Okay.
So I don't believe that to be an issue. Other counties do it.
I know other counties do it.
Yeah. So unless they're all violating it.
Then we're all
Yeah, I don't.
hang together or hang separately. Right, so That's taken care of about the, I was gonna bring up about executive session.
Is that going to be at the next meeting?
Yeah, he's gonna put it on the agenda.
No, the executive session.
Oh, no, I'll defer to the chair, whatever she decides.
So put it on the agenda, right, in the event that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's your bailiwick. Okay, my next comment would be on, this is gonna be a long-term one, and I have no intention of hiring a consultant, Fort Collins, Colorado, for $100,000. I'm gonna be asking the county engineer and his staff with the sheriff to evaluate all of the paved county roads in Grand Forks County as to whether or not we can raise the speed limit. I can just tell you from personal experience, when you drive 55 miles an hour from Manville to Gilby, I get passed by everyone because I drive 55. So I want to look at, and this will take a while. This isn't in 2 weeks. So they're going to do this on their own. You know, they're going to work this in. It's not a rush, but I don't like it when the government makes people criminals. It bothers me. So if we have a road and everyone's driving 65 and the speed limit's 55 and there's no crash data to support keeping it at 55, how about we let our people free and let them drive 65 legally? So that's where I'm at. So they're gonna analyze the roads. There could be corners, there could be ditches. Both of them explained to me their issues and I trust them. So they're gonna come back with that at some point, don't know when, that'll come back to you. But I just wanna kind of give you a heads up. I try and give you at least two, well, this would be longer, 2 weeks, a notice. And then for Mr. Ford, in the first meeting in March, I would like you to present to this commission a plan for the budget process. I've got one outlined from you before. You sent some documents out. So, but I think I don't want to wait to June. I'm ready to go in March. So if you could bring forward a plan, and I think the first thing to do is the commission has to set some guidelines for what they're looking for, so that Ms. Nelson and the department heads can have an idea of what we're looking for. So if you could do that for the first meeting in March, I would appreciate it.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll work with Ms. Nelson and we'll put something together.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
So you only have one thing to put on the agenda.
Yes, the only is Mr. West will get that information to you. Thank you.
Just a comment on your statements. When you get out to the rural communities, talk to farmers, because farming equipment does go 65. And it's a safety issue.
Yeah, we're going to, as we go, I don't think Old Highway 81 is an issue with anyone. The other ones, when it gets to the point we're ready to do something, before I'll bring it to the commission, we will hold a minimum of one, if not more, public hearings that the public can attend or send written comments to if they have any issues. We would present the plan and then they have a chance to respond to the plan, written or in person, before it would come here. So if something, it's not going to work, we could ixnay that before we bring it here to save time.
Township board meetings are in February, but that may be a place to talk to the individuals.
I think we have a big Grand Poobah meeting on the 24th, right? Correct. So, Mr. Ford, can you put that on the list to make sure that the township people know that that's an issue we're working on?
Yes, sir.
All right, because I don't know who's going to speak. I'm pretty safe to assume it's not going to be me.
We'll both be there.
I could just talk. Okay, then Mr. West, he just volunteered. I saw his hand. So he'll bring that up. And then, so we want to make sure that they get their chance for input, and we'll have, like I said, I want to have public meetings before I would bring it here. Because if they want to keep driving 55, then I guess we kill it. Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, if you want to bring up the public safety and infrastructure committee meeting with the capital improvement projects that were wanting to be approved.
Oh, do we need to vote on it, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I will, as amended, I move approval.
Okay. I'll look that. Okay. In the motion.
First and a second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. And then you'll send those out because we changed so much, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I could go on, Madam Chair, but you know what? The hour's getting late. I'm done.
Cindy, I'm sorry.
The Public Health Committee met or board and really looking at legislation, what's going on at the state level with public health. That's what all I have.
Okay. Had a Grant Brick meeting this morning at 8 o'clock at the chamber with Bruce Jovic, Barry Wilford, Brandon Koczynski, and myself. And the one issue came up about a grant proposal, which she's already writing. So they wanted me to bring that forward, and it's an important grant to get funding. So, and then the other issue was I had building meeting at the jail this morning, and there is a mezzanine horn strobes that were not in the original contract that need to be put into the correctional center to the tune of $15,756. That money can be taken out of owner contingency, which then would leave us a remaining balance of $44,380.64. So I need a motion to approve that. I should have done it at the last meeting, but I forgot. So anyway.
Are you making that motion?
Yes, please.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Other than that, that's it.
I had Airport Authority, one actually noteworthy thing for anyone that's attending or watching this, and please tell your friends and family, the federal government is moving pretty swiftly on the real ID stuff. And so there will come a time in short order, and I can't remember if it's this coming May.
It is this May.
It's just May.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you've got a grandparent or something that doesn't fly very often and thinks they can just board a plane in May, they're gonna get turned away at TSA. So real ID is gonna be a real big pain in the rear end for a lot of people. It's gonna ruin a lot of vacation plans. So just spread the word. I mean, it's nothing that we're acting on as a board here, but it just tell your loved ones that that's a thing. And then after the vote earlier today, I will be kicking off for Bismarck in just a few hours, actually. and sitting at the 9 o'clock in the morning committee about the potential of a casino in the county of Grand Forks. And then hopefully the roads are good. Other than that, that's what I've got.
I had the chamber dinner. Had nope, we didn't yet, our call with Mr. Furry tomorrow morning, as our rescheduled, and countless hours on figuring out how we're gonna go forward with this jail decision. So I had a whole presentation that I was going to give, but again, under new information that came to light, I will try to end the meeting a little earlier, and we'll put a pin in it till next time.
Well, Nick said he wanted to add about 8 or 10.
Do you have any tidbits? You want me to- We have about 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that,
Good.
that was all I had. Unfinished business, new business.
One thing that we need to start letting community members know is that tax credit, $500, that's gonna be due again in March. And so people need to, it's not a one and done, it's every year. So they still have to go online, and I don't know how much education the state is gonna be doing on that, because last time they did lots of brochures and pamphlets and stuff, but that may not get printed, I don't.
It's safe to say there'll be less every year than there was originally, so that's good to know.
Getting information out there, yeah, and I believe March is at 50.
30 or 31st.
Any correspondence? All right.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor, oh, sorry, is there a second to adjourn? Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.